say, Dale, would you please stream this? Oh, wow, he's on it. Thank you. And I'm going to be recording this. And so I'm just going to, as I look here to see where my recording button is, which is always here, oh, there it is. Awesome. Okay. There we go. Now we're being recorded. And Jen, thank you for taking it away.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. Did you hear that feedback?
No feedback.
No? Yes. Yeah. Oh, now it stopped. Okay, let's try again. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Schwarzkopf. I'm a proud member of the Wisconsin Arts Board. I am the chair for today's discussion, or leading the panel discussion. How would you say that, Karen, properly?
You're chairing the panel
I'm
and doing
chairing
an
the
awesome
panel.
job.
Yeah, I mean, right? It's 8:05. I'm already killing it. Okay. So I'm just going to share a little bit and just say thank you all for your time today and your attention. I know everyone has really busy lives, and so we can't thank you enough for your time and your expertise with us today. For those of you who aren't too familiar with the Arts Board, we've been around since '73. And it's a state agency which nurtures creativity, cultivates expression, promotes the arts, supports the arts and education, stimulates community and economic development, and serves as a resource for the people of every culture and heritage. Our vision is inspired by a quote from the late Robert E. Gard, Professor Emeritus of Community Theater, University of Wisconsin. Quote, "If we are seeking in America, let it be for the reality of democracy and the arts. Let art begin at home and let it spread through the children and the parents and through the schools and the institutions and through government. And let us start by acceptance, not negotiation. Acceptance that the arts are important everywhere and that they can exist and flourish in small places as well as large, with money or without it, according to the will of the people. Let us put firmly and permanently aside the cliche that the arts are a frill. Let us accept the goodness of art where we are now and expand its worth in the places where people live." So that kind of helps ground us and get us focused for today. We embrace this vision. It guides our belief that the arts are basic to human life and essential to the human spirit. The Wisconsin Arts Board values imagination, creativity, curiosity, freedom of expression, respect, and appreciation for all cultures and people, artistic quality, a broad definition of the arts, audience and patron development, and community engagement. A major portion of the agency's biennial appropriation from the Wisconsin State Legislature is dispersed to eligible artists and nonprofit organizations in the form of matching grants. Additional funds for grants are also allocated to the WAB by the National Endowment for the Arts, a federal agency, which is integral to our work. The board itself consists of 15 voting members who are appointed by the governor of Wisconsin. These members serve without compensation for a minimum of 1 3-year term. Members of the board are responsible for establishing the agency's policies and programs and for approving all grant awards. The board meets a minimum of 4 times per year, and all meetings are open to the public. The board employs an executive director. As the chief administrative officer, the director supervises the WAB staff, programs, and day-to-day operations. The agency's full-time program staff implement policies and programs, including grants, and provide technical and informational services to the public, without whom we wouldn't be here today doing all of this.
Thank you, Jen. And before we go into the aims and objectives of this particular panel, we want to again thank you for making all of this possible and ask you to introduce yourselves, and we're going to introduce ourselves as well. So I will start, and Jen, we can end with you. How about that? And I'll just go around the screen. I'm Karen Geschko. I'm the Assistant Director at the Wisconsin Arts Board, and I have worked with each of you in various capacities over time, and I'm really delighted at the balance of perspectives and experience that you all bring to this discussion today. So thank you again for saying yes to serving this year in particular as we still are dealing with so many reverbs within this pandemic. So a wild time to be looking at proposed arts projects and excited to hear your thoughts. Deb, you're next on my screen, so I am going to turn to you. And if you would please just share your name, your city, or where you're sitting at today, where you're from, and then like a 1 minute kind of synopsis of the perspective that you're bringing, whether it's attached to the organization that you're with or your experience in a particular part of the arts ecosystem, whatever that is, that would be great to hear. So thank you.
So I'm Deb. Oh, was that me?
I hear you.
Okay. I work with the Chippewa Valley Cultural Association, the Heidi Center for the Arts, here in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. I've been here a long time. It's been wonderful. It snuck up on me kind of quickly how many years. I haven't even sat down and thought it out, but 14, 15 years, something like that. I come with not only this time that I've spent with the small community arts organization, I've also done a lot of work in community organizing around the world. So I guess that's great.
That's great. Thank you, Deb. Thank you. It's always fun going first, isn't it? Ken, I'm going to turn to you next.
Good morning. My name is Ken Carlson. I live in Viroqua, Wisconsin. Over my lifetime, I have done a lot of arts administrative work, primarily with touring theater and touring international music ensembles.
Thank you. Keitra, up to you.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I'm Keitra Olson. I'm sitting sort of west of Middleton, northwest of Middleton, kind of near Cross Plains this morning. I am the Rural Initiatives Manager for the Office of Rural Prosperity, which is housed at WEDC, Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. Arts, culture, history has always been personally really important to me. And so I've just been thrilled and so excited to be able to read through these proposals and to meet with all of you and chat about them. I'm definitely looking at them through sort of the community capitals lens that our office uses for rural prosperity. So how are these grants really helping to support smaller communities for those that are relevant to that, but just community in general. So thank you.
Great, thanks. C, I'm going to turn to you next, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Si Zhong. I'm here in Wausau, Wisconsin. I'm a full-time student at UWSP as on health information. I've been an active volunteer with the More American Center here for about 10 years now. I've worked with the Wisconsin Art Board in the past with their Tell a Story project. Yeah, that's basically it with me.
That's great. Thank you. And maybe during a break when we have time to connect, which we would normally do in person over lunch or something, we can hear a little bit more about that Telestories project for those who aren't familiar with it. And then Karen, definitely not least, but last at this point on the panelists.
Hi, I'm Karen Spahn. I am sitting on a rainy day in Milwaukee. I retired, I prefer the word refocused, from the Milwaukee Public Museum a couple of years ago after being there as their Chief Development Officer for 13 years. And prior to that, I had the same role at the Milwaukee Art Museum and then sat at the other side of the table for 11 years with the Greater Milwaukee Foundation in arts and culture grant making. I have, this dates me and ages me, but I was thinking about this, literally decades of a relationship with the Arts Board, even before Karen Geschko got there, if you can believe that. And I've worked with George and Karen and other amazing staff at the Arts Board on many different things. I think the most memorable was the creation of what is now Arts Wisconsin. And it's just been a great, long, interesting ride.
And I
And
think
so
it
is
was,
this.
I think it was that ground laying that you all did in the 90s that drew me here. So thank you again for that. Caitlin, would you mind introducing yourself next?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Caitlin Burrell. I'm the Folk and Traditional Arts Coordinator here at the Arts Board, and I am just helping things stream in the background today and here for any technical assistance that's needed.
Yes, you
But
are.
excited
Thank
to
you.
listen in.
And Dale, please.
I'm Dale Johnson, a Grants and Information Specialist here at the Arts Board. I'll be in the background keeping track of your scores and provide you with a summary at the end.
And finally, Jen, if you would just give a tiny little bit of your vast background for the panel, that would be great too.
Hello, everybody again. So I have been with the Wisconsin Arts Board. I can't believe coming up on 3 years, but my entire time seems like it's been during the pandemic. So I'm looking forward to getting back out into the fields with the board and seeing projects out in the state. I have a BA and one in English and one in Spanish from the University of Notre Dame. Went to UW, got my MBA. And soon thereafter decided the office life wasn't for me and went to culinary school 4 years ago. And now I'm an executive chef downtown in Madison. So that is my day-to-day art form. But I love to paint and write, and I just love everything arts related. So this is always a great time to reground and recenter myself from the hustle and bustle of every day and remind me of the things I need to go and take advantage of in life and see the amazing work that's being done. So again, thank you all so much for your time today and your expertise. I look forward to meeting you all in person, hopefully one day as well.
Thank you. All righty, so with all of those perspectives coming at it, these are the aims and objectives of this particular program panel. The local arts component of the Creative Communities Grant Program supports the creation and development of the arts at the local level. The goals are to encourage broad public participation at the local level in the planning and development of a variety of arts experiences and services, including those that respect and promote the diverse cultural traditions of their community. To increase the ability of local arts organizations to serve their communities, and to support creative work and cultivate expression. And that takes us to the role of the panelist.
So the role of the panel, let's try that again. Okay. Your role today is to provide expert assistance to the Wisconsin Arts Board, and please forgive my dog, I will throw him out in a second, in its grant-making decisions, and to help keep the board informed regarding needs and trends that you see. Today, you will be reviewing grant applications according to established review criteria and making recommendations to the board. We would like you to apprise the board of needs and trends within your field and community, either through your general discussion of applications or in written assessments for the board consideration. We would greatly welcome your input, and we would value any suggestions and recommendations you would like to make on the whole grant evaluation process. My role is both informational and procedural, and I couldn't do it without the preparation by Karen, for sure. I am responsible for providing the information regarding the Wisconsin Arts Board policy and ensuring that panel meetings progress in an orderly fashion according to established procedures. I am a non-voting facilitator whose job is to ensure that each of your points of view is given ample consideration throughout the review of each application. Beside convening the meeting, I review the board's conflict of interest policy, which Karen spoke to earlier, and determines whether possible conflicts exist. I guide you through the review by serving as timekeeper, which is the most important, I think, role that I provide. So if I cut you off, please understand. And I monitor discussion. You should focus your deliberations on how each application's proposal meets the established review criteria. I may occasionally need to refocus the panel toward that end. Panel discussion should always be constructive, regardless of whether it's positive or negative. At the May board meeting, I will report your recommendations. A written record of these recommendations and a summary of this meeting will be provided by staff to facilitate this process. I will provide additional details if requested by the board. I may also wish to comment on any trends or needs identified by the panel. So all of the information you're sharing with us today, we will all be taking copious notes, but I will make sure to really note things that are of interest to the board that can help drive our efforts in the future. Yes, okay. And make general observations regarding the overall nature of grant requests. We would greatly value constructive comments and remarks on each application. Panel comments are available to all applicants, and a link to the recorded discussion of their application is provided when they are notified of the outcomes of their grant application.
All righty. And as Jen just spoke about conflict of interest, let's just pause for a moment and take care of that right now. Can we please go around the screen? Ken, do you have any conflicts of interest?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Keitra, do you have any conflicts of interest?
I do not.
Karen, do you have any conflicts of interest? Deb, do you have any conflicts of interest?
No.
And C, do you have any conflicts of interest?
No, I do not.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll also talk about Jen's timekeeping in a minute when the puppy has been taken care of. But in the meantime, I'll jump into the role of staff. I can answer technical questions like eligibility issues or whether the applicant submitted the required support materials. Did I provide assistance, technical assistance during the application process, that kind of thing. I cannot make any qualitative artistic judgments or tell you what I think of their work. In terms of criteria, each application will be evaluated based on the purpose of the Creative Communities program, the goals for the local arts component, and specifically on the criteria areas that are outlined on your score sheets. In terms of those scoring recommendations, you will be asked to score each application individually from 1 to 5. However you score, please be consistent throughout the day. So don't score hard at first and then get easier, or vice versa. The 10 o'clock lull or the post-lunch, energy boost, do your best to keep it as even and consistent as possible. The panel sheets are, you submit the panel scoring sheets, and Dale will average them. And at the end of the day, we will let you see how the applications have been scored on average. If you don't give a perfect score, and of course you won't in every instance, then explain please why in written or verbal comments. The comments are always constructive and really helpful to applicants. So thank you for taking time to articulate your concerns. And if you don't do so in writing, please do so verbally, as well as your kudos. You'll then, at the end of the day, look at the ranking to identify whether or not you see any natural breaks in the score and where you want to put the floor, beneath which score no applications will receive funding. This will be clearer, and we'll go through it again, when we get to look at those, the lists. But know you will have already vetted an earlier version of these applications in phase 1, so it's presumed that the bulk of these are worthy of funding. However, based on the additional information provided in these phase 2 applications, you may decide that some do not fully meet the funding criteria, and so you will not recommend them for funding. That's very possible. Please note that if an applicant has received less than 10 points total, they are automatically taken out of consideration for a grant in this year. You will not be asked to deal with dollar amounts at the end. This is our gift to you. Please do know, however, that at the end of the day, when you see the scores and determine where you're going to place the floor, then we run a formula to determine award amounts. And this formula ensures that those with high scores will receive the greatest percentage of their request, and those with the lowest scores will receive the least percentage of their request. But you will determine the applications that you feel are deserving of some funding at that point. All righty, Jen, we're up to what happens next in the process. And you're muted.
Sorry.
That's okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Working from home is such an adventure, isn't it? Okay. As noted previously, the panel chair takes the panel recommendations to the full board. After review and ratification of the panel's recommendations by the Arts Board members at their meeting, applicants will be notified of grant decisions by the end of May. Karen, should I review the conflict of interest still?
No.
We've covered that sufficiently.
Yes.
It's on to you then.
And then, as you have already observed, this meeting is being recorded because it's an open meeting and because we'll make the recording available for applicants to see following grant notification. It's also being live streamed on our YouTube channel today in accordance with Wisconsin's sunshine law related to open meetings, and we have invited applicants and the public to observe your work there. Regarding the appeals process, we would like you to know that an applicant may only make an appeal based on procedural errors and not on the basis of an artistic judgment. And I would just like to talk for a minute about the timing piece, Jen, of your work, and thank you for that. As timekeeper, we have found it most effective, so heads up everyone, that each application has 10 minutes for discussion and scoring. And so what Jen will, and it averages out over time, it always works out. So we may go a little bit slower in the beginning, which is fine if you take a little bit more time. But Jen, if you could sort of give, if the presenting panelist, if the primary reader is still providing their comments after 2 minutes, generally speaking, the panel chair says 2 minutes in, just to let the presenting panel know, whoa, okay, I've already gone 2 minutes. And then 2 minutes before the end of the 10-minute period, you can give a 2 minutes left, heads up. And then of course the 10 minutes. And if the panel is really wrestling with something or still needs to continue, it doesn't have to be a hard stop, but that's really helpful. So thank you very much for that. All right, so this is the time when we check in with you all and see if you have any burning questions related to anything that you've heard or anything that you've read, or if you're just ready to roll up your sleeves and get to it at 8:30 in about 4 minutes. So please feel free to unmute and share any questions you have or thoughts or whatever.
My only question goes back to my original comments when we started, and that is, I hope you'll guide us to off the Zoom screen back to the application forms and letting us know how to score them and submit them.
So thank you for that. Yes. So do you have, are you all logged into Smart Simple at this point?
I'm not yet.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and do that? Log in, and then you will kind of just move from your Zoom icon there on your computer to the browser and into Smart Simple, and you can open up your scoring sheets. Now that you've all submitted your initial reviews, they are available to you again, those scoring sheets, and so you can open them up, add additional comments if you want to, and then at the end of the 10-minute discussion, we'll pause for a moment so you all can put the numbers in, and then Dale will let us know when everyone has successfully submitted those sheets, and then we'll move on to the next application. So I'm happy to walk you through step by step if you have specific questions. Anybody?
How do we get back to the Zoom screen after we've opened the applications?
Dale or Caitlin, give us a succinct way of describing that.
I think
Well, everybody's system will be a little different, but you know, your Zoom will minimize to your bottom of your, if it's a Windows machine, you'll just have to manage going between one window and the other, I guess.
Is there a little camera at the bottom of your screen, Karen, that like just a little square?
A blue square with a white camera?
I am really sorry to be taking up time here.
We have time.
I have a little screen with whoever's talking. That's all I have.
So you have speaker view on. So can someone who knows Zoom better kind of describe how to get to gallery view first and then move from this Zoom to
Got it. Never mind. Sorry.
You got it?
Good. Yeah.
Awesome.
Sorry.
No apologies. You just did it on your own. That's great. Yay. And you got a thumbs up from Dale. I don't know if you're seeing the gallery view or not.
Dale. Thanks for your help, Dale.
For the support. Awesome. Well, it's 8:29. We have a whole minute before we get started. Any other questions, thoughts, observations?
Yeah, just a quick question on that scoring part of it. So under criterion 1, there's a small square there with nothing in it. That was where we'll put our number. I
Yeah.
mean, it's a long bar, but
Well, yes.
when we get to that point, criterion 1, it says 6 points, and then there's been comments already put in. I could put more comments in, but the actual place to put the number is going to be right below the description of the criterion, and it's a long, I don't see any place that says, put your number here, dummy.
Oh, well, we could certainly put that in next. Hey,
No,
y'all. This is where
I
the
just want to
number
make sure I'm putting it in the right place, because it'll be like, everybody scored except for Deb.
Thank you. Dale and Caitlin, can we make a note to just put something more clear on that for the next iteration? Thank you. Okay, well then, did that answer your question, Deb? That's a
Yes.
yes? Okay, great. All right. Then, Jen, I think we are ready to start with the first application.
Yes. So I believe Deb is taking the lead on this one on Anago High School, please.
Yes. So I got a really old school iPad, and
Love it.
I have to do it that way. I have to write things down. So I apologize. I tried to make it in a cohesive way, but I may stumble a little bit as I get going, especially with how long ago I read these first couple ones, because I went through the ones that I had to be the lead on right away and did a long time on them. And so I found myself going, oh my gosh, after 20 of them, I had to refresh myself. But so we're talking about the city of Anago, Wisconsin. Anago High School is the one that's applying for the money. They wanted $6,000, and the entire budget. Sorry, I had that up and.
That's okay. Please don't apologize. Take the time that you need to move to the forms that you need to look at.
Okay.
No worries at all.
Okay.
And
Thank
these
you.
first ones will take a little longer than 10 minutes, and that's totally fine as we find our stride as a panel.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So the budget summary is $36,357, and they wanted $6,000 to help with their project. Anago is a small rural city. It's largely agricultural and agricultural industry based. They had quite a high city poverty rate of 18%, with 57% of the students qualifying for reduced rate lunch. The project name was Belongingness. And as we read through, there was a disconnect between the school district and the community. And it was noted, for example, first time that the school district had been involved in a project that partnered with the community. So they were really finding a need for the youth to get more involved in the community, and I would assume and the community get more involved in the school districts. Part of the reason for this belongingness that they had emphasized was that there was a student staff challenges that existed before the pandemic were really exasperated during the pandemic when people couldn't get together. So they were having challenges with drugs, mental health, violence that did not get any better, as we understand, with the pandemic when people were socially isolated. That was seemed to me a big driver for this project to move forward. They also recognize that the creative arts are critical to building a vibrant and healthy community. They had a number of collaborators listed on there. They had the Anago Visual Arts and Public Art group. They had the school district. They had an organization called Legacy Murals, who had the experience and the experienced facilitator for that. And on April 6th, they were presenting to the community for input. That was businesses, government, other nonprofits, the general public, the kind of project they wanted to do. Their project Belongingness is to create tiles, mainly developed by students and staff, both in the public and the private schools, as well as homeschooled. So it was really great to see them really reach out to a lot of different students.
Deb, sorry to interrupt. 2
Sorry.
minutes in. 2 minutes in.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I am so sorry. Gosh.
It's
That went
okay. That's
fast.
why I'm here.
So really quick, I'll go to the strengths. There's a lot of community involvement and interest into it. The weaknesses that I thought were important as moving forward, not as a reason not to fund it, but perhaps something for them to think about. It may be a bit ambitious because they were trying to do 2 high school murals, 1 middle school mural, 3 elementary school murals, 2 private murals, and a community mural all in 1 year. It would be better probably to spread those out and take it a little bit easier and spend more time on the process than trying to just get that output. Sorry.
Awesome. That was great. Let's move to the second reader, Ken.
Good morning. Well, Deb, I think you covered a lot of the points really well. I will just say that I really like the goals of the project, combining art with a purpose, in this case, that you illuminated there, Deb, in terms of building greater understanding within the community. I thought there's some really nice touches to this project. Picture 7 in the materials demonstrating the quality of the art it was called Be Good to Each Other. So it demonstrated to me that this artist has already been working in this direction and is probably a really appropriate choice for this particular project. Artistic merit seemed high. Second, what you said, Deb, about wonderful involvement from the community in terms of partnerships. My goodness, from to the beginning to the end, it seemed like everyone was involved. And again, another point that I especially loved is that even the bus drivers and even the cooks in the kitchen and all kinds of staff are involved, people who sometimes aren't included. And so I thought that was a really thoughtful effort on their part. Evaluation seemed fine to me. If there was anything that I saw that it left me going, oh, I wonder how this is going to happen. I was putting myself in the shoes of a community member wanting to make a tile. And of course, I would want to make a tile really, really well. And I couldn't see exactly how people are going to learn to make the tiles. I'm sure it's there. I expect they get a chance to practice a time or two, but it would have been helpful for me to have just a little bit more information about that. I know that students in some cases are going to be teaching senior citizens how to make the tiles. So I assume the students are going to be given some instruction in school. But that was the only thing that sort of jumped out to me, as I wish that I had heard a little bit more. Otherwise, let me just look at my notes here. I think that those are the things that I have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. All right, opening it up to the other 3 of you. Karen, Keitra, C. Any strengths or weaknesses that you want to add to the mix, or some dittos or some, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to ditto Ken's recommendation for just, is there a workshop or something like that going on for folks that aren't used to working with ceramic and clay and things like that. Otherwise, I agree. It seems like a real pulling together of the community, which I really, really appreciated.
Thank you. Karen, yeah, go ahead and unmute. Karen, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was on multiple screens. I noticed, I agree with what everyone has said so far. I also thought it was interesting. I picked up that there was an intergenerational component to this, which I thought was really outstanding. I also was impressed, maybe is the word, interested with part of the evaluation, which I put in the big expectation category of test scores going up, attendance going up, a better outlook on life. I like the fact that those lofty goals are part of this project, and hopefully that will actually happen with these kids.
Nice, thank you. See, you want to add your voice to the mix here?
Yes, I would like to chime in as well. I have on my notes here that for strengths, it can bring together community with students and teachers, positive community interactions for all ages. This project can be enjoyed for generations to come, and it promotes individual growth and create a collaborate unity in the integral schools. And then the one thing that I wasn't sure about in regards to this proposal was their sponsors. I wasn't sure if they are partners or sponsorships. They do have quite a few listed, and it does not say if those sponsors or partners, if they have any donations from these sponsors or not. And some of these sponsors are big names. So if they did get any sponsorships from them, what kind as well too. But yet I wasn't able to, there wasn't anything that said if these sponsors have given them anything or not. It just says they are partners. So that's the only concern that I have. If they are donated money, then how much as well too. And then in regards to question, I think a few of you asked how details will be made. From what I read, from my understanding is the teachers, our teachers and students will be working on it for each school. Let me see, what else do I have on here?
Sorry to interrupt, but 2 minutes left.
Okay.
It's okay.
Doesn't seem like 2 minutes. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's all I have on my notes here.
Hey, C, thank you for bringing up the budget question. So just to clarify, where do you see do you see them using the word sponsor or using the word partner?
I think it was partners.
Okay, and so for this kind of application, most of the applicants that I have worked with here, when they talk about partners, they're talking about groups that are working with them in some capacity, but not providing money. So if they do have partners that are providing money, they will put those actually in the budget form itself. So as you go through the budget form and see the income sources, if they have like a person's name or an organization's name, that means that is a sponsor or a financial contributor to the project. But not all partners will be financial contributors at all. At least, they may be contributing in-kind services, and in-kind time and volunteers, but you won't probably see money coming from those. So I am really grateful that you brought that up. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the great timekeeping, Jen. If there is nothing else for the good of the cause here, please score. And when submit and when Dale has received them all, he will give us a thumbs up.
Karen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I do have one question that I'd like to, I don't know how it would go here. So I was concerned about the ambitiousness of trying to do all of those murals in 1 year.
Yeah.
This is the first year that they are applying for this. Can they, because they kind of set themselves up with monitoring, evaluation, doing all of them. Can they come back next year and, like put these out over a couple of years and get funding to help them with further murals?
Yes.
Okay.
You do the totaling, right?
Yes, ma'am. I see a thumbs up from Dale. Thanks, Dale. All righty. That takes us to the next one, Jen.
Yes. So just to give everyone a feel kind of for timing, that was about from start to finish about 16 minutes. So I think that was great though. I think I'll just keep letting you guys know where we're at time-wise. And like Karen said, we'll get more efficient as we go on. So the next one up, Ken, I believe you are presenting this one as the first reader, Art Route.
Yes, I am. Thank you. This is a project by Art Route from Racine, Wisconsin. It's the second year of the project. It is called Wall Poems of Racine. It is requesting, let's see, I thought I had that written down, but I don't. Let me just look. I believe it's requesting $6,000, but I can confirm that in a moment. Yes, $6,000. This is an ambitious project in terms of the scope of folks they wish to reach. They're hoping to work with 8 artists, reaching 1,000 adults in the community, 500 students. So a project with some breadth that way. The idea is to build on the history of Racine's poetry history. The folks at Art Route want to engage the creative writing community and to raise awareness of local poets. They wish to do that through installing public art that beautifies neighborhoods and inspires more creative work and also builds community pride. They're looking at creating 2 murals as part of this project, one in the fall, one in the spring. As I mentioned, there is a history of poetry in this community. The Art Route is really trying to build on that. There are still touring poets who come through. In years past, there were lots of poetry readings in the community. So I take that to mean this is a really appropriate project for the community and good for them for building on that legacy and trying to really show it to the rest of the world. It is a volunteer-driven organization. It looked to me like the project, I would say, has checks a lot of boxes in terms of the goals of this program. It's appropriate to the community given the history of poetry, as I mentioned. This is year 2, and I noted that the application especially included evaluation feedback that they've already gathered with the second year in mind. They are working to take the project to new parts of the community in this project outside of the Uptown area, which I think is good. It certainly supports the creation and development of arts and culture, education, all at the local level. Seems all very appropriate. There seem to be very skilled folks in positions to lead this effort. The board looks quite strong with a mix of useful skill and experience. I would note that I really like the shadowing process that Art Root is using, in that the person who's leading the effort this year is being shadowed by someone who will lead the effort next year. And they've already been doing some of this work, so I take comfort in that and believe that they can carry this project on successfully to its conclusion. There are some fine partnerships involved here, particularly with the university and its diverse population. I think it was noted as the university with the greatest diversity among the university system in Wisconsin. So bringing that element to this process. Carrie Waters, I think is her name, works with the students to create designs. There will be, I believe, 30 to choose from in terms of this mural process. They are going to be using URL codes at the murals and working to get audio component going there as well. Hope that can happen. Again, noting the expansion outside the Uptown area seems really good. The evaluation plan seems sufficient and reasonable. I saw the one-page evaluation and it looked good. I wondered about evaluation. I didn't notice anything regarding the university. And considering it's such an important part of this project, I wonder if that might be a strength, a way to strengthen what they're doing and provide some valuable information. The other thing that would have been helpful for me, and that I feel like either I just missed or didn't understand, or maybe it's not there as much as I would have liked, is workshops. There were references to workshops in a couple of places in the application, in the evaluation section, as well as in the narrative. The narrative talked about someone leading folks in creating a poem. I would like to have heard just a little bit more about the workshops. Who's leading them more specifically, and an outline of what the workshops might include, how they're going to be brought to the community, that sort of thing. And again, apologies if I missed it. I just feel like I didn't see quite as much there as I would have liked.
Sorry to interrupt. We're about 5 minutes in.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I can stop there. I like the project. Thank you.
Okay, cool. C, I believe you were the second reader on it.
Yep. Ken did a really good job explaining everything. He covered all the points already. But I do have on my notes here, this project promotes the locals and tourists to view as sites for arts education events. And there's diversity in local writers. They will be involving a lot of community members. There's 8 artists directly involved in this project. And it supports and celebrates the literacy heritage in the city. And yeah, there's a diverse background, and that's all I have to add on.
That's great. Thank you, C. All right.
We have
Deb,
about
Keitra, Ken.
about 3.5 minutes left for discussion.
I have just one suggestion for maybe a way to strengthen the proposal. Something that struck me, I think, as I was reading, had something about potentially having poems by folks that used to live in the area in Racine. I think I would love to see it be a little bit tighter and really have folks that are currently in the community being the ones that are having their work featured. I think that really ties in a a moment, in time, who's in the community when we were doing this. And I think that could really help to strengthen it. And I think that the evaluation tools are great. I kind of feel like surveys and observation, if there could be something more almost in real time, and perhaps there is and I missed it, that was the only other suggestion I had.
Thank you. Deb, Karen?
I liked, it's wonderful. It was really a strong proposal in my idea. I'm just wondering, coming off of, I think what Ken had said, maybe they could include the murals as part of high school, middle school kind of English class, maybe a physical trip to talk about how it fits in. It's a visual, it's a place setting, it's a description by people from their community, part of the poetry or however that means, and how it can have more of an impact, more of a vibrant part of the community than just what some people might think of as poetry just being in a book and having a certain focus.
We're at 1.5 minutes left.
I'll just chime in very quickly and say that, Racine is a community with, I think the stat was 50% people of color. And I think that their quote that I read was, this will be the voice and vision of a racially diverse group. I can't wait to see it.
Thank you. And I heard in this discussion a number of suggestions for ways to maybe strengthen the project and as separate from points on which you're scoring. So what I heard was a lot of enthusiasm for the project, and hey, here's some ideas to consider separate from this is how we are scoring the application. And I'm articulating that because we're early in the process, and as the applicant listens or sees this view, I just wanted to separate those two things out. It's one of the gifts that this panel gives beyond funding recommendations. So thank you for that. All right, please score. And Dale, thanks for the thumbs up when you got them all.
Dale, did you get mine? Because I didn't see that you did it successfully.
I do see that your score came through.
All right, thank you. I must have blinked or something, sorry.
Hey, Dale, because sometimes it's not clear whether, sometimes I remember panelists think that they've submitted and haven't yet. If you could please, after a minute or so, just let us know or direct message the panelists that you're waiting for, that would be great.
Karen, I haven't seen a score for you yet. Did you?
Yeah,
click
mine
submit?
says it failed to, hold on, let me look again. Failed to submit.
Did you check that little box at the bottom? Because that caught me.
That's what it was. Thank you.
That little box.
That little box at the bottom. Oh my goodness.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about
Right.
that.
Ironing the kinks. It's part of the process. All right.
Good deal.
We're in the
Are we all
ring.
in? We're all in.
Karen, I still don't see a score coming through for you, though. Did you actually click a submit button?
I did.
You did.
Let's do it again. Hold on. I'm just making sure that I scored everything. Hold on.
Holding, no worries.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, good.
Got him. Thanks.
Good.
All right, great.
Awesome. With that, I'm going to try something a little different so you guys don't have to search through your notes. So the next one we're reviewing is Central Wisconsin Cultural Center Incorporated in Wisconsin Rapids, and they're requesting $6,000. With that, Karen, do you mind, as the first reader, taking us through it?
You bet. And thank you for giving us the name. Central Wisconsin Cultural Center is in Central Wisconsin, that being Wisconsin Rapids. The project is the Rapids Art Festival. The Cultural Center will work with local arts groups and local and diverse ethnic groups and schools to put on a day-long festival with all kinds of activities, including music and dance and drama and literature. This is to take place in August of 2022, so this coming summer. The community has had, through the pandemic, a loss with the paper mills and that business. And interestingly, lots of good golf courses up there that have suffered business-wise. So there have been a lot of jobs lost in the community. Like many other projects that we've looked at, this is partially addressing that kind of depression after the pandemic feeling with what will be a day-long arts day. They have this amazing new facility, so they have the ability to put this on, not just there, but throughout the city. They have a big part of the community in the planning and the evaluation phase, and a really good diversity of art forms for the day-long event. I did have one question, a budget question. They show in the expense budget, there's $4,400 for artists selling their fare. I wasn't real clear on what that meant. And then the income budget, I believe I'm right on this, on the project was $15,000 and the expense budget was $6,000. So I wasn't sure if I was reading that correctly and they were going to end up with a surplus after this. And then lastly, just off on another tangent here, the evaluation will take place before and after, and they will also be doing focus groups. That is, I understand, a very broad description of the project. I welcome additional thoughts from the second reader and everybody else. Did I make it? Minutes?
Yeah, well, we're 2.5 minutes in. Yes, so it's okay. And I don't want to, but is it Kietra?
Kitra.
Kietra. Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Nope, don't worry about it. It's a weird one. Yeah, thanks, Karen. You brought up a lot of points that I had also kind of noticed. I guess kind of starting backwards, I thought that the idea to do focus groups was really, really great. I think that having dialogue for feedback is always a lot more useful than just a survey, because you can ask those immediate follow-up questions. So I really liked seeing that. I really appreciated that they specifically, I think, identified the inclusion of non-dominant communities, which is lovely. And I thought that the project just directly involves a really good breadth of artists and mediums, which I also think is lovely. I thought it was great. I did see one thing also in the budget. that I didn't catch in the narrative. If I'm understanding it correctly, it looks like they'll be charging a fee to attend of $15, and that just seemed high to me. I know and have done a lot of work in the community, and I think it said $15 for anyone over the age of 12. I would just make that suggestion of eliminating or bumping it down to $5 if they can. That would have made it a stronger proposal for me.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the other three panelists. Please jump in.
I had that same question about the $15, but I wasn't sure if it was just for certain events that you had to, like if they had a big concert at the end that you would pay to go into that one, but other places were available to go in free. So it would have been nice to know if that was, because I wasn't sure if it was like a big fairgrounds or if it was just a lot of different venues going.
Deb, I don't want to cut you off. Or is there anything more you want to add?
Nope, sorry.
Okay. I will just say that I really applaud their efforts to get local organizations working effectively together rather than as competitors. It was something they stressed in a couple of places, and I really appreciate that. One concern that I had for them, and I'm not using this as a critique necessarily, but I just want to raise it, is I didn't see any criteria for the performance groups who are going to be involved. Like we're going to, try to establish some base level of this is what we expect from performers. This is the first year, so it's a lot of new stuff. And I realize that they really want to be open. And I think that all makes a lot of sense. But I also just worry a little bit that if they don't have any criteria, they could end up with an uneven set of performances that maybe doesn't quite meet everything that they hope for in the festival. A second thing that I really tried to figure out and didn't solve is the timing. Because as you noted, Karen, in the narrative, it says August of 22. I'm sorry, in the project, it says August of 22, but then later in the timeline, it talks about May of 23 with a rain date in May of 23. So it looks like it's actually in May, but then later in the narrative, there's another reference to upcoming festivals in 2023, which made it sound like maybe it really was in the fall of 22. So that was confusing to me and I just couldn't figure it out. I don't know if anyone else had that same concern or not.
And I should have mentioned that because I agree with you. The dates, and this happened in a couple of the applications, I agree with you. It's slightly confusing on the timeline.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I think it's going to be in May, but I really don't know. And then the only other thing that I have to add is that there was a lot of interest, and wonderfully so, on reaching and working with the non-dominant communities. When I looked at the list of board and project leaders, I'm not sure that I was seeing a lot of representation from those non-dominant communities. It's hard to tell, but I guess I would just encourage them to be sure that they do have that representation in the project leaders, in the planning, so that they're really working effectively to reach the non-dominant communities, which is a stated goal. So that's what I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
We're 2 minutes out.
Other comments?
Oh, I have one more thing. I'm sorry. And that is, this is not a critique at all, just a suggestion. Because I admired it in an upcoming application, I would really encourage this festival to look at sustainability efforts, if that's possible, in terms of food and beverage containers, other waste. I'm not sure that that's a big part of this particular festival as it might be for some others, but just a thought, and I bet the Wisconsin Arts Board could connect you with this other festival who seems to be doing some good work in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you. C, were you about to say something too?
Yes, I would like to chime in regards to the admissions fee. I sit on the committee here with the Wassa Festival, and we do charge admissions fee as well. And I do agree that it is high, a little high for a festival, especially being a first year festival as well. I think it will be a good idea to bump it down a little and see how this year goes. And then if the event goes well, then they can probably bump it up a little. But yes, I do agree that it is a little high.
Thank you. I want to make sure everybody's had their comments, and then I had a question about something, Karen, you said in yours. Anybody have anything else? Okay. Karen, I think you were talking about the budget, and you said that it looked like there was more income than expenses. Can you help me, or maybe it was vice versa, can you help me guide me through that concern? Because I'm looking at the budget, and it looks like it's balanced from what I see.
I may have read it wrong. I just made a note, and I would have to dig in all the way to the budget where you obviously are.
No worries. What I see is, and it's maybe the form itself too. So we have we have them list their income sources, we have them list their expenses, and then we have them pull out of those expenses where the 6,000 that they're asking us for would go. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. That could be a mistake. And as Deb said, I read that one very early because it was one of the first ones I read. So my note could be wrong. If you're looking at the budget, Karen, then I'm not going to be concerned about it.
Awesome. Okay, there we go.
We're at time if we want to evaluate, if there's no more discussion.
Thank you, Jen. All of them are in. Thank you, Dale. All righty, Jen.
Two more before we take a brief break. We're reviewing City of Mauston and Mauston, request for $6,000. C, you're the primary, you're the first reader on it.
Yep. Okay, so summary on this project. It is called Great Wisconsin Ideas. It will be over a 3-month period. The city of Madison will be working with local businesses such as O Arts Corporative, Greater Madison Tourism Association, and Therese Agnew, and the business community at large on a project to foster an appreciation of the arts and Wisconsin history of great ideas. This project will be of an installation, a total of 11 of Therese Agnew's writings and stone monuments along the Lemonweir River. There's already been 2 that was installed at Old Arts Gallery. And this fund is to ensure struggling businesses that they will be able to hold on a art creation workshop. Artists from Old Art will work with staff and customers of interested businesses to produce a collaborative art piece. And then it will be exhibited in the business. Public will be encouraged to walk the art installation toward the businesses and take pictures if they would like to. This is a 2-part project. The first part will be the monuments will be transported by the City of Madison Park Recreation staff to the public library. And then one by one, they will be replaced at Old Arts Collaborative by artists who had worked with Therese Agnew to assist in their creation. the second part of this project will be recruiting businesses for this project, and they will be asking the business what your great Wisconsin ideas from this piece of art will be created at an art creation workshop, and it will be displayed and businesses throughout the monument walk. They do have some added interest as well too that is in discussion but not confirmed. And then I have here their strengths are they uses fine arts to build neighborhood and business connections in the community-wide project. And this will eliminate and honor the rich past of historical Wisconsin great ideas, and it helps struggling local businesses and economic impact. Weakness that I have listed on here is they rely heavily on social media as outreach, and they do not have any confirmed community involvements. Does not anticipate any deficit. Therefore, I don't think any additional income or grant is necessary at this point, since the budget is firmed and already has started the planning, and events that cost money are covered by local businesses.
Sorry to jump in. We're about 4 minutes in. If you want to wrap up, and then Deb is the second reader, please.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right, so C did a great job of summarizing. I'm just going to add on points that I think are important. I think that what I really loved about the businesses are going to do the fun and the creativity is going to come from their patrons, and I think that is wonderful. And that there's a desire and an ability to be flexible about the kind of art that they use. So it may be photography here, it may be something else there. I love that, being able to mix it up and not have a firm or set idea in your mind what each one of those business artworks will be. It puts that sense of fun and camaraderie in with the community, gets the businesses involved. The excitement and energy just seemed to come out of the proposal. I don't understand though what about the budget. I did not feel that that it was all covered by the businesses. I think the businesses, having suffered being through the pandemic, are looking for ways of increasing patronage, but that they wouldn't necessarily have the money to cover all the artwork, especially the art facilitator, which is hard to cover and get somebody with a high quality. So that's where I thought that and I can go back and look at that more, but I think that's where the funding, I apologize, was being requested, is helping expenses. So on I've got this. They're looking for help with the marketing part of it, and also with the artist fees. So as you had said, it's really heavily focused right now on social marketing, but they didn't have the expertise. So getting the social marketing expertise as well as the artistic expertise to help businesses decide on, get their patrons involved. I think there is a need for the funding, not to just, I just saw it as that way. I'm not saying there wasn't. Maybe there, I didn't read it properly. That is, I thought there was one other thing that they could do to improve, which is collect information a little bit more quantitative on the business sales and the traffic, so they could do a quick thing of, are you increasing business sales? And that would help.
Thank you so much, Deb. With that, we have a little over 3 minutes left. I'd like to open the floor for discussion.
I would like to add something. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, see.
They do have on the proposal here that the Greater Madison Tourism Association will be providing matching funds for the project. I forgot to add that on.
I just wanted to comment. I have worked with Therese Agnew. She does amazing work. I think this is a big project and a really good one. I was curious to know if these public art pieces are going to be permanently installed or temporary, and for how long. I don't know if that was in the description. And lastly, I thought interestingly that the Wisconsin Arts Board dollars are being used for marketing, and then they use the term slush fund. Not sure what that meant.
Yes, to answer your question, if they will be installed permanently, for one of their added interests is that they are in talks of having some of them be auctioned off, and the money.
That's right.
Yeah, and the proceeds will go towards Therese Agnew for upcoming projects and to fund future art events.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ken or Keitra, do you guys
I
have
had a
any
couple of suggestions for what would have made the proposal a little bit stronger in my eyes. I can't recall right now what the sort of the theme was, but I think if it had been more local centric, something with Boston's identity, their history, their goals, their residents, that I think that would have made it a bit stronger for me. I think it's a really great project. I was a little curious about the longevity of it too, and if it's just a one and done, great, but it seems like there's a great opportunity to kind of pair businesses and artists, maybe eventually doing some kind of a gallery night, bringing people downtown to do some shopping, something kind of like that. One concern I did have was, I think with their evaluation, they were using likes on Facebook as part of their evaluation tool for success. And I'm really kind of wary of that. That was a little bit concerning for me. So those were my suggestions.
Ken, any comments or concerns?
I have a couple of things to add. With regard to business participation, I believe the goal is 10 businesses and 2 have committed. I would like to have seen a little bit more commitment if possible. I'm not sure how early, I'm sorry, maybe the rest of you can help me with this. I'm not sure how long they've been working on this. I can't remember that detail. But I noted that only 2 were committed. It doesn't seem like a big ask to me necessarily. And so that was a little bit of a concern that we're just looking at 2. I agree that Therese's work looks like it's really strong. When I use the artistic merit measuring stick on some of the other work going on in the businesses, I wonder if there could be a little more done there. One of the big examples was the selfies, which sounds totally fun and really interesting. But when I put it up against Great Wisconsin Ideas and Artistic Merit, I wondered if there might be a way to push that just a little bit. And I'm not an artist myself, so maybe there really is a way to do that. And I really want to be careful about offering a lot of criticism in this regard, but something that occurred to me. And then the last thing is the evaluation process. Perhaps I missed it, but I don't recall seeing that the artist workshop leaders, the folks who are going to be leading folks in the various businesses, are going to be evaluated, asked to provide evaluation information. To me, that would be a really important additional evaluation tool, especially following up on what you said, Keitra.
Thank you all. I'd like to just add one point, and that is just a reminder to everybody that financial need is not a criteria on this mix. So obviously their budget needs to balance, but financial need of the organization and the project is not one of those things that we're asking you to assess. So thanks.
With that, if there's no more discussion, we can move forward with scoring.
And while you're scoring, as I sort of go over what I just said, just to clarify a little bit, we believe that if they're putting the time into submitting an application and the work, that they need these funds to make the project happen. It's your job to assess whether they have the the fiscal capacity to do it and all that stuff. That's where the budget and those numbers come in. So thank you. All right, thanks for the thumbs up, Dale.
Fantastic. With that, we will go on to the last proposal before our break. City of Superior Environmental Services Division. Of course, it's going to be in Superior, and their requested funds is $3,139. Keitra, you're the first reader, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is kind of a neat project. So if I'm understanding correctly, they're proposing 4 murals and some storm drain murals. They are partnering with the Wisconsin Lung Health Alliance, the Public Library in Superior, and then the Superior Business District. So the project will be taking place in this business district. I think they said it was like 89 blocks, if I have that correctly. The idea is that they have found that the public generally does not know that storm water runoff is not treated. And so anything that's in the street that goes down those drains goes directly into Lake Superior. And so this is an opportunity to work with local artists that will attend a workshop. The public, it sounds like, also has an opportunity to attend that and kind of share their visions and their ideas for what this what these murals could be. And then artists will do their murals, paint the drains, storm water drains. They will have a photographer then photograph the artist with their work. those photographs will, I think it was early 2023, be on display at the library, and they'll turn those photos into postcards that will be sent out to the community to kind of help with this awareness campaign that, again, stormwater runoff isn't treated. I thought that the partners that they were working with was really, really cool. The reason that they're working with the Wisconsin Lung Health Alliance is that, you know, cigarettes aren't healthy in the human body, and cigarette butts are often found in the drains and the stormwater runoff. They're also not healthy for the environment. I had very few suggestions. I thought it was really kind of fun to see an applicant that isn't kind of considered to be a traditional arts organization or council applying for this, but they are definitely working with local artists. There are stipends for the artists. It seemed like there was good youth engagement and diversity. They had good evaluation methods. The only suggestion I had is that when they poll the community after they do this work, after they do this project, I would suggest that they inquire how the interviewee learned that wastewater was not treated, so they could directly tie it back to the project work.
Sorry to interrupt. We are a little over 3 minutes in, so.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, no worries. Second reader was Karen.
I'll try not to take too much time, and I totally agree with everything that Ketra said. This is a fascinating project to me. I love it. It does say it's the first year, but it references the same project in 2018. Karen, I don't know if that's if that makes any difference at all, if this is considered a new project. I made a few notes about the $200 fee for artists. I am a big fan of paying artists, and you'll see me say and others that I'd love to see artists paid or paid more or paid more. I was not real clear on how the artists would be selected. But I just think this is an interesting project. And lastly, the Arts Board funding is for marketing, but I didn't see a whole lot of detail out of other than posters and newsletters and social media for the use of those Arts Board dollars, if in fact they're going to be used for marketing. Everything else that Ketra said, I agree with. Oh, one last thing. In their work samples, they showed some previous murals around the storm drains, and it seemed to me they weren't thematic, they were more decorative. Maybe I missed that. I don't know if they're planning to have the artists address the whole issue of water and the storm drains, but maybe that's not critical. It would strengthen the proposals in my mind.
With that, I'd like to open it up to discussion. We have a little less than half of the time left.
Karen, while the panelists are ready to chime in, I'll just say that given the pandemic and the interruption that happened and a couple other things that were going on with Superior, we are considering this still to be an eligible
Great.
project within that timeline. So thank you for checking. Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, I'll jump in very quickly and say that I too like the project. One of the things not already noted is the effort to include Indigenous people and language, which I appreciated and thought of in terms of the grant application and the criteria. And then this is just a really little weird thing, not at all criteria, but as I was reading this, I kept thinking of, you know, would these folks like to do some sort of a contest? You know, when you're at festivals, sometimes best of, people's choice, that kind of thing. Would there be a way to do that with the storm drain project to add and build community momentum and interest and visibility all the things that they're trying for as well. And then the other crazy thing that jumped into my head was, do you all know how St. Paul and Minneapolis, Minnesota have a snowplow naming contest every year? Well, I wondered if, there would be some applicability to that, name a storm drain or name a project or something fun. All of this sounds silly, but the idea is to try to build community connection to it. And then, gosh, there was one more thing. Oh, the last thing was, I didn't see a lot of connection to schools here. I know it was mentioned. Keitra, I don't know if you saw that very much or not. Maybe I missed it. But I wondered about connecting a little bit more to schools, and particularly if there's a strong art program in the high school or elsewhere, would there be a way to include one high school design that is just automatically included in the project along with the other artists? Again, a way to draw students in, add visibility. That's really where all of those suggestions are leading. Thank you.
And Ken, I'm going to insert again in this one, love crazy a lot. And the Arts Board cannot support contests. And so, and won't. But what they can do, I mean, an applicant can certainly, with a project, have a kind of a side contest going, but we're not supporting any of the contest related costs, right? So there's a line there just to call out for everybody.
And sorry, I crossed it.
As you know,
well, that's good to know. I never knew that. That's good to know.
Yeah, that's in the ineligible list.
I forgot.
And awesome. Honestly, it's more focused on prize money, right? But beyond that, there's an element that we can talk about philosophically at the end too.
And Ken, if your little ideas are crazy, then color me crazy, because I was coming sound kind of in the same way, but not a prize-based thing, but like a kind of a scavenger hunt where when we went to South Dakota, Rapid City, they have all the presidents and then you kind of work your way through it. And it was just fun to start from, the first from Washington and I'll go all the way through and just see what kind of sculptures they had for each one. Those are kind of fun. And if people had a way of, the passport idea to go and try to get them out to see them in their element. And then Karen, I thought when I looked at the samples, I felt like all of them did have a storm and a water connection.
Oh, good.
So maybe I didn't see them right, but I thought I did see that just to.
No, if you saw it,
not to be dismissive of what you said, but I thought I saw that.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because then I clearly missed it. Important, because I think it's a good thing that they have that thematic thing.
So with that, we're at 30 seconds left. If we want to wrap up.
To chime in really quick here.
Yeah.
I really like this project. I think the educational aspect of this project will really benefit the community as a whole. So yeah, I really like this project.
Thank you, C. With that, if there's no more discussion, if you guys are ready to rank, fill out your score sheets, if you will.
And once you have submitted yours, and we've got Dale's thumbs up, please go ahead and take that well-deserved break. We have the first 5 under our belts. We have on the calendar that we'll start again, or scheduling that we'll start again at 9:40. We're not going to do that, or maybe it's even 9:30. So I would say that take the time that you need. Please take no more than 10 minutes. And when everyone comes back and puts their camera on, we'll know that you're ready to go, and we can start at that point. Does that make sense? Sound good? All right, everybody. Oh, and my camera's off. Huh. Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for the work. Dale, I'll wait for your thumbs up. All right, see y'all in a little bit. Hello, Mr. Carlson. Welcome back.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Here I
definitely.
am.
Hey, Ms. Johnson. The first five, the first, first presenter experience is always such a, oh yeah, that's right. That's what that is. Okay, I got it. And
Yeah.
honestly, it's been really great to hear the commentary so far, to know you all
Good.
have such deep work. Yay.
Deb, there's no really good time for this, but I thought about it earlier and I'm just going to say it while I'm thinking of it now. I am so heartbroken for what's going on in Chippewa Falls in your community. I just want to offer condolences to you as a member of that community.
Thank you. I did not know the family, but it is, I have a hard time processing it. I really am. We're 14,000 people. It's just horrible. And then to find out who did it is even more devastating. And thank you. But
Yeah, well, it's, we all just, certainly the people I've talked to, everyone just is shocked and so sorry. So
the one awesome thing that might come out of this, which sounds weird, but is the problem over the Amber Alert, and the criteria for what makes an Amber Alert. And they're looking at changing that criteria to call it a Lily Alert, meaning that for an Amber Alert, we didn't realize this, you have to have kind of like proof or solid understanding that someone actually abducted the child. But when a child has going from her aunts to her father's, it's a 5-block place. It's not a bad place where she was at. I mean, it's not a that they were not able to let the community know because it's right downtown. And there's I'm like not even a mile away. Oh my dear God, they would have had the whole city would have flooded down in that area to look for her immediately. And that delay may not have changed anything, but that was a heartbreaking couple days while they, yeah, thank you.
We're pausing the recording here. This is kind of the gathering again around the conference room table to just check in with each other before the reviews start again as we wait for C and Jen to rejoin us here. Oh, Jen's here. Great. And C's here. Okay. Thank you. Who's doing the recording? Caitlin or Dale? And we are ready to resume. We've had the first 5 under our belt, which is great. So everyone has had a chance to kind of do that primary presenter, first reader presentation. And I would just say, as we move forward, Jen, feel free to be a little more militant about your 2-minute saying now that everybody's had a chance. And I really appreciate your flexibility and just kind of allowing things to flow for those first 5. So thank you for that. Also, panelists, love your creative ideas and your willingness to share them with the applicants. That's wonderful. And I would ask that you hold those until the end of the 10-minute period. So if there's time, you can share them. If not, you can share them in writing in your comments so that we take the 10-minute time frame a little more seriously or whatever. So with that having been said, thank you, Jen, for starting us off again.
Absolutely. And thank you for saying all that so I don't feel so terrible when I cut you all off. With that, it is 9:48. We're going to start next with Ellsworth E3 Community Development Corporation from Ellsworth, Wisconsin. They're requesting $6,000. And with that, Deb, you kick us off again.
All right. So this is a new nonprofit, 2019 when it started up. It is, it has an arts committee within it. The population of Ellsworth is about 3,280 people, a 4.6% poverty rate. Those are, I think, important because of what they talked about was the area is the Ellsworth Creamery, outdoor activities on the Rush River, and rural farming community is their major economic background. Their challenge is that the established families and farmers there's kind of a friction between those that are coming from outside. I would imagine just because Ellsworth is getting close to the Minnesota border, that it may be people that work in the cities looking for a quieter place to live, and maybe they can commute. They are wanting to do a mural walk. They want $6,000 for year one. They want to do 2 to 3 murals a year, and they have a timeline of 3 years. They wanted to start with one large one to kick off the idea and show the project, and then they have other places already identified. They have a variety of artists to support it, and the main artist does have an impressive portfolio to help support their mural project. And it came from the whole organization itself came from a community planning process that was facilitated by an outside consulting group. I think that's important because the actual nonprofit that would be taking this over was started with a community planning process. So it already had some people, a lot of people involved in the process of creating it. They
Just a
have,
heads up.
I'm sorry.
Deb,
Yep.
We're 2 minutes in.
I even put my little thing on and I wasn't looking at it. I think that the weakness was it may be a little bit, I had some challenges with the budget and where things are coming from and how they were using different things. And that the artist fees were much, much higher than we've seen in other projects. So it jumped out as that may be being a little bit ambitious. But it's they have a downtown area they're going to do it at, and it really makes itself, they've identified the places, and it makes a walk much more feasible. And it's near the creamery, which is a big pull in for tourism. That's it.
C, as the second reader, do you want to have any comments?
Yes, Deb covered basically all the points already. I do feel that this project is strong and completes all the criteria. Only thing that I didn't understand was the budget as well. I didn't quite understand the budget fully on this one. And it was a bit of a challenge. I read it a few times and I still don't completely understand it, but that's the only issue I have with this proposal. Otherwise, everything looked great.
I'll just jump in here and ask Deb and C, what are your questions about the budget specifically? How can I help? Or if there are other panelists who want to address that piece.
I couldn't get the budget attachment, so I wasn't able to read the full budget.
Oh, the operational budget?
Yeah.
Are you guys, Deb and C, are you talking about the operational budget or are you talking about the project budget?
Operational budgets, kind of that their ability to go through. I did a lot of research on, they have a website that isn't functioning, but a Facebook page that is functioning quite well, because I was getting a little bit wondering how established it was. They're doing a lot, but for me, I don't know about C, but for me, their budgets in there were confusing and conflictive. So I just wanted to make sure that they had the organizational capacity to carry out the budgeting. I mean, the project to be able to. See, is that your understanding too?
Just for just for helping with the applicants when they ask what was confusing. I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but it sounds like this is an issue that's you both have, and Karen too had some challenges even opening it. So what's conflictive, what's confusing? If you have that note. If not, if it's just a general note and you reviewed it a while back, then we can move on.
While they're looking, I'll just mention quickly on the project budget that I agree that the artist fees were high, but as I said before, like to see that because I like to see the artists being paid. There was a line item for equipment rental for $8,000. Was not real clear what that might be, but we don't ask them to detail that. So I guess it's just a curiosity.
We say that the budget is the numerical equivalent of the narrative. And so one should be able to reflect the other. So if there's something in the budget that they didn't reference in the narrative, then you are right to call it out with a question mark.
Did anybody else see that? Any detail? Okay, you saw it? Okay.
I had that question too.
Okay.
So what I'm seeing here in my notes is there was significant concerns about the budget and the group's capacity to implement the walk. There was a 94% drop in revenue from 2021 to 2022. Then the expectation that the 2023 budget would increase 56%, or a 366% increase if adding in the surplus from 2021 to 2022. And the explanation for it it didn't help illuminate anything for me. So I just was, those are some really big switch back and forth. And then they have a large part of that budget was a hometown grant, which is $25,000 that may get. I didn't know what grant that was. I couldn't find it. I did a little bit of research to see. So maybe it's a really possible one, a significant amount of revenue, $10,000 from local businesses, when only 750 had been committed so far. So it's just the questions there was some big, I know I work in a small community arts organization. I understand budgeting and trying to explain budgets to somebody else when they're not part of it. But those were some really big swings that I had. And so then it made me, I went to the website to just kind of see if there's an online presence that looked stable. The website was not fulfilled, but the Facebook underlined what they've been doing and it looked good. So, I felt better that.
We're at 2 minutes left, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deb. I appreciate that, that clarification. And see, I'll bet she's kind of clarified what your concerns were about it too. So thank you for that. Other panelists who haven't had a chance to chime in yet.
All right, I'll go ahead. I did not specifically flag the equipment rental line in the budget, but my guess, giving them the benefit of the doubt, is that they're going to need lifts and scaffolding, things like that to accomplish the wall prep and the ultimate painting. So I would be pretty certain that that's where a lot of that is going, but I can't prove it. I would just underscore what one of the earlier panelists said about the accomplishments of Greg, the lead artist. I would also gather that that's why the artist fee might be a little bit higher, because this is a person who has a lot of skill and experience out there in the world, and probably needs to have that higher level. The only concern that I had was wall preparation was mentioned, and it felt a little loose to me in that kids were going to be doing service projects, working on the wall, and I wasn't really clear about that. So in terms of how is it organized, how is the prep going, that was an area where I thought it could have been a little bit stronger. And I sure hope the kids who do all the hard work of preparing the walls to throw some paint on at the end. So those are my comments. Thank you.
We're at time, Karen. If there are no other comments, I guess please submit your scores. Thank you, Dale. With that, we'll move forward with the Fermat's Last Theater Company Incorporated, located in Madison. They're requesting $1,800. And Ken, if you can kick us off as the first reader.
Yes, I will. If you're going to Fermat's Theater, don't expect to see a production of Winnie the Pooh. This is a theater that is engaged in doing really challenging work. They demonstrated in the application a willingness to listen to their audience, the audience saying, we want work that addresses issues of the day. And Fermat's is doing that. This project will support 2 documentary style theater performances. One about the 5 truths of Bertolt Brecht, and one about the work and writing of Mildred Harnack. I hope I'm saying that correctly. When we say documentary theater, the idea is that we're taking the actual words of actual people and putting them to a theatrical setting. I thought the quality of the sample art was good. They're looking to engage 2 artists, particularly in terms of the creation of this work. Whoops, sorry, I'm reading the wrong notes here. 12 artists, hoping to engage 80 or so people. They do have a core actor group, free shows, personal as well as less personal evaluation. So a nice mix, I think. A good work sample, as I mentioned. A very nice letter of support from the Dane County Library System. A board that looks to be good. Definitely working to create new work. Artistic quality is high. Some great partnerships, especially with the university system, to research and try to make sure that the work that they're doing is really accurate. So I think I'm about at 2 minutes. I think it's a really good project. I'm really confident in the quality, and I would also add, really impressed by Fermat's ability to stretch $1 because they're not asking for the full 6,000 here. This is a low budget organization, but they seem to be doing really great work. So good for them. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ken. Keitra?
Yeah, I was not familiar at all with documentary theater, and so I like to assume if I'm not, maybe some others also aren't, so I really appreciate the uniqueness, I guess, of the performances that this troupe is bringing. I just had in my comments, culturally relevant topics. Yes, it sounds like very engaged with their audience. And I saw that it's free admittance, which I love. I think it really opens it up then for the community to attend and expose themselves to something different. Really confident. Their budget seemed fine. Yeah, no suggestions to make it stronger from my perspective.
Great. So we actually are only about 3.5 minutes in, so I'd like to open it to discussion and any questions, concerns.
I would just like to say that one of the greatest parts about being on a panel like this is learning new things and being educated. And as Ketra said, I was not familiar with documentary theater. I also had to look up format. This is fascinating. I want to go see one of these performances.
If there's nothing else, we can move forward with submitting your scores. Sorry, I'm having a little coughing.
For the
fit
benefit
over
of the
here.
rest of the panelists, I also wish that I had mentioned that Formats is trying to make its work more accessible through its website and through recordings. This is costly, and so for a smaller budget organization, it's a big challenge for them. But in terms of accessibility, it's another step that they're taking and worthy of mention.
And Deb and C, I mean, it would be great to hear your voices on this if you've got something to share. And I would also, because the comments have been sort of universally positive and with a couple questions, if you're not scoring this application perfectly, and that's totally fine, it would be great to hear articulated either in this discussion or in writing what concerns you have, as well as the kudos. And if you don't have any, that's awesome.
I did have a weakness that I have listed on here. But Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, but there on here it says there's no engagement of youth, which in this case is understanding. But because our scoring criteria states that, let me see, on here it says it supports opportunities that foster imagination, creativity, and innovation in K-12. And because they don't have youth.
That's the arts education. I'm sure. Where are you? Is that in your score sheet?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure why that one landed there. That's not a local arts piece. Have you guys been seeing that K through 12 the whole time?
It's got all of the 3 bullets for arts education, 4 folk arts, and 4 local arts.
Okay, so just, thank you, Deb. So see, just focus on the one that says for local arts. Thank you for calling that out. That's awesome. All right, the silence tells me you all are scoring right now, which is great. All right, thanks, Dale.
Okay, we were ahead of time, so great job, everyone. Next up is Friends of Our Gallery in Platteville. They're requesting $4,800. And with that, I will turn it over to first reader C.
Yes, this project is on the Chalk and Cheese Fest 2022. It is their third year, and this is a one-day community festival in and around city parks and downtown Platteville. Event features professional commissioned chalk artists. They will be commissioned of 300 for each artist. They will be featuring live music, local foods, such as cheese. They do have cheese samplings and food trucks and stalls. And they do have other art activities available as well. And here I have the strength as it brings art to the community, provides a free, fun, friendly event that appeals to all ages, genders, races, and economic status. Community members can choose to participate in the chalk art and other activities, or they can attend as audience. And there's guaranteed artists and community involvement from previous years' festival. And from previous years, they have crowds of around 300 people and 25 community chalk artists. There will be cash rewards for top 3 People's Choice votings. And then here I have weakness listed as, let me see, participating community artists will be charged a fee. Their fee is $20 for adults, age 18 plus, 10 for youths, and scholarships will be available as well upon request.
We're 2 minutes in.
Okay. And then I have here for another strength is that they do have ideas to implement past struggles. So they do take and they do look forward to strengthen their festival as well. That's all I have on my end.
Karen, do you have any additional comments?
Just a couple. I think they mentioned, and I appreciate that the project has both for participants and spectators. They have evaluated past projects and made improvements. I like the partners that are involved. They seem to have good, diverse partnerships, and I especially enjoyed and like and am intrigued by the guerrilla sidewalk chalking. Good support letters as well. That's all I have.
With that, any additional discussion? Other panel members?
I'll just add that while many applications include fine timelines, I thought this one was especially good. It really helped me understand, the way the work was going to roll out, and it made me have confidence that they really knew what they were doing because it was all laid out there very nicely. I thought the artistic quality was high. I thought I saw social, educational, cultural, economic impact. Pretty much all those boxes were checked. Karen, I appreciate that you mentioned that they did learn from past festivals. I know that's a criteria for projects in the second and third year, and I saw some of that as well, so that looked good. For heaven's sakes, make sure you have enough cheese this year.
I love doing this, working on these kind of panels, because as Karen said and others have probably echoed, you learn and you glean new ideas and you get excited about things that you find here. So I like the festival as well. I love the fact that they have the QR code to link to an online evaluation, which I think is very innovative, especially for a younger group. I would just say that, and I've said this in other ones, something simple and written that you can grab when people are there will help a lot with the monitoring and some quantification afterwards, capturing them when they're in the moment and maybe making those great ideas. We do that and we get some fantastic ideas. But if you don't grab it in the moment, sometimes people go away, they forget, they got the QR code, they do the, I'm sorry. And then with the QR code, you know, I can't imagine my parents being able to use that effectively and giving their feedback. So I just would like to see some ability for people that are don't have a cell phone or capacity to navigate that, to be able to give feedback anonymously.
Keitra, did you add your voice into the mix yet?
I didn't, but comments that I had floating around in my mind have been mentioned, so I feel good.
Great. See, just because I had a momentary distraction, can you clarify when you were talking about I think you said something about charging or a fellowship or a scholarship or something? Was that a strength or a concern?
A concern for me, but I put my notes down, so let me pull it back up again.
That's okay. Just to clarify, you're concerned because they're charging to participate?
Yes, and the cash rewards are, I feel like the cash rewards is for top 3. I feel like it's not, because it's not that much, and because the fee is a little high, I feel like it just doesn't really match up.
So you're thinking that it might be a higher fee than usual for artists to participate in this?
Yes.
And the awards available are not, I see, commensurate. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. And my sense is that this is not one of those things that they're asking us to fund, that piece of the award piece. That's just simply contextual. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Got a little more than 2 minutes left.
As I mentioned before, I just encourage the festival to look at sustainability and waste, not a critique, but just encouragement.
Great. With that, if everyone can submit their scores. Dale, I love the thumbs up. All right. So with that, if we're ready to move on, our next applicant is Just Bach. It is located in Madison, and they're requesting $3,000. And with that, Karen, you are the first reader on this. Karen, you're on mute.
Thanks for that reminder. Most times people like me on mute. Just Bach is using, I believe, fiscal receiver Bach around the clock. As you mentioned, located in Madison. This is an expansion of season 5, the expansion of the scope of their monthly concert series, which they do in a church in some other varied locations. This expansion is outreach to bring Bach's music to local retirement communities. They have 3 components to their projects. They have a mini, or at least will with the retirement communities, and also this seems to be what they do with all their other monthly concerts. They have 3 components: a mini performance by musicians, a chorale sing-along, and then conversation at the end. I don't know what the average attendance of their monthly performances are, but I do know that this is authentic Bach music with period instruments. Their work sample was really interesting to look at. One of the strengths, I think, is that they are actually going to keep their online performances so they can expand their audience. Let's see what else. It appears through their work samples that the participation in the sing-along and the conversations is good. And I did have a question on what their average attendance was. They appear to have a big jump in projected budget. And they refer to their leadership team. Obviously, they don't have a board, but it looks like their leadership team is well qualified. So that's pretty much the summary of what they are doing and their goal to provide outreach to what they would call non-dominant communities. I like the idea that they're going into senior living. There seems to be a market, if you will, among older people for this type of performance and music.
We're a little over 2 minutes in.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. Ken is the second reader. Do you want to chime in?
Yes, I second what Karen said. Artistic merit seems very high. I see education. I see building arts in the local arts scene. I see creation and development of arts locally. The work sample showed artistic quality, all very good. I noted the big budget increase, so that's a concern, but you know, I hope they can do it. And it seems like there's no reason to think that they can't. The offsite events, I think, is great. I feel like I recall in that plan a greater level of intimacy between the performer and the audience, bringing them closer together. I really, really like that. I agree with Karen on going to senior centers and community centers, all really good. Let's see, the leadership team did look strong. In terms of evaluation, one question for them, I thought it looked reasonable what they've got now. If they're going into new kinds of spaces like a senior center or a community center, which is quite a bit different than the church environment they've been using, they might want to consider developing different evaluations for the setting that are designed not necessarily one size fits all so much. I think those are the thoughts that I had to add.
So just if I could jump in, one point that I saw in the budget summary that there was 3,000 requested, but only 1,000 that's in the expenses for the grant. Did I miss that?
Deb, sorry, I did make a note of that as well. I should have mentioned that. It says, my note says only 2,000, not 3,000 of Arts Board applied to the project. So I did note that as well. Do you see that?
I just see 1,000 towards the artistic that would be from the Arts Board in the expenses.
And you have a question about that? Oh,
They asked for
oh, got it. So they've only identified 1,000. Oh, yeah,
Right.
got it. Interesting.
Thanks, Deb. I meant to mention that. I actually wrote it down, but didn't say it.
2 minutes is so quick, you know?
I had a suggestion, and I'm glad. I think I missed that they were also planning on performing at community centers and not just elder care facilities, because one of the suggestions I had on strengthening the proposal was working with neighborhoods not just retirement homes, and other community centers. And I think being online is great, but there's a reason that I didn't go to any concerts through the pandemic online, because it's not the same thing. Live music is so special. So thank you for mentioning that.
One way in which I thought perhaps the proposal could be a little bit stronger is finding out a little bit more information about how they're selecting the offsite locations. For instance, I wondered, it looks like they've got a pretty loyal audience at the church. Have they talked to their audience about places that audience members might say, wow, this is just a ripe location for you to do this kind of work? Are they doing that kind of thing? How are they finding the retirement centers, the community centers? A little more information there would have been helpful. Thanks.
I echo that. That is exactly one of the things that I had noted as well. Maybe a bit more about their process and criteria for choosing which non-dominant community they were going to work with, knowing that it's going to be an ongoing process. But
C, do you have any comments on this one?
Yeah, just a little comment. On the other hand, I really like the social media part. Since the pandemic, I feel like not everyone is comfortable to go out there yet, especially elders and younger kids. So I really like that they are continuing on that part. I do join on with a lot of online concerts. I think I have it on, like I feel like I can be at home and be comfortable at home and have it play in the background. And of course, I don't pay attention to it all, but I feel like just having that and feeling like I'm a part of it by not actually being there, I really like that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, we have a little less than 2 minutes left. If there are no more questions or comments, we can move forward with submitting your scores. Excellent. Thank you, Dale. With that, we'll move on to the next applicant, Kenosha Opera Festival, based in Kenosha. They're requesting $4,200. And Keitra, I believe you were the first reader on this one.
Yep, another really cool project. They are applying for funding to help pair students, and I believe it's high school and college age students, with professional musicians to form an orchestra of 26 musicians. Of that 26, a dozen would be students. So students will have to audition to be a part of the program in front of a panel of teachers. And then they'll be paired with a professional musician, and they'll have an opportunity to kind of work one-on-one with that musician for feedback and guidance, tips and tricks and things like that. And then they'll be having a performance, several performances. I think it was over the course of a week or something like that later this summer. I think one of the strengths, I mean, the project in general, what an awesome opportunity for youth to get to work with professionals. I thought that was great. With their budget, I have a note that I wasn't entirely clear on they had a significant budget increase from 21 to 22, but feel very confident that they're able to accomplish this project. They have great connections with the local schools and universities. One thing that would have made the application stronger for me is it looks like they're doing some surveys for their evaluation piece. It just seems like a missed opportunity not to do some sort of an interview directly with the students and their kind of musical mentor. I think that could help almost be used as a marketing tool, you know, to talk about the program if it's something they want to do in the future, and just offers feedback from the professionals too and what they gained from the experience, because I'm sure it's very worthwhile for them too. I'll stop there.
Almost perfect. We're a little over 2 minutes in, and I believe it is Deb. Yep, Deb is the second reader on this one.
So everything she had said, I'll just echo. I did have a concern, and this is going to be me being probably ignorant about opera and the process and everything that's needed to go into opera. I thought that the timeline did not seem realistic. Everything they're doing, I love. I just thought, in order to have a concert happen, if I understand it correctly, in 2022, at the end of July, beginning of August, involving all those students available, I mean, into they have to be kind of finding the schools, identifying the kids now in May, preparing for the auditions in June, and then early July, they are, prepare for the auditions in May. June, they would have to try to get together. Early July, they're rehearsing. At the end of July or middle of July, they're rehearsing and they're performing right away. That seems like, if you're taking a high school student, are they learning all of the music in that short period of time? I have a wonderful daughter that played cello, and for her to get one piece for solo ensemble was a full year. So I guess they're working with gifted students. So my question is, man, it would be nicer to have this whole year for them, because just even preparing for an audition of that level, and selecting the kids and all that kind of stuff just seems to be like bam, because you're starting at July 1st for the project. Even now it's kind of late if they were doing it now, but I didn't see that in the timeline that they were doing things right now. So I would love anybody who has more experience with that than I do to chime in, but it just seems to be really not realistic, though I loved the idea. Everything about it is fantastic.
And that seems to be your cue.
Whose cue?
Oh, I was going to say, in terms of music and seeing musicians get moving on a quick timeline, I was thinking Ken would have something to share, but I did not mean to talk over you, Karen.
Can I just jump before the expert in the crowd, because I'm not a musician, and just curious about, Deb, what you were just saying. All the mentors have educational background. Either my read or assumption was that they would be working one-on-one with them over a pretty intense period of time. That may fix the issue that I share the concern about, Deb, on prep time, but I will stop and leave that to Ken to comment on.
Oh gosh, I am not the big expert here, but I will weigh in. Deb, I agree and not. The part that I really agree with is a weakness for me was not seeing in the timeline the audition outreach process to find the students who are going to be there. I'd like more information about that. In terms of the compressed timeline for actually rehearsing and doing the show, my guess is that, well, first of all, it's not really uncommon in my experience to, really have a tight focused thing. I'm not sure that the students are necessarily going to be expected to be full players side by side with the professionals. Certainly they're going to be asked to perform, and hopefully most of them can. But if the skills aren't quite there, the show's going to sort of have to go on, I suppose. And with professional musicians involved, it would be expensive to stretch it out over a whole year, and they've got other obligations. So those would be some of the thoughts that I have there. I would support, I think Karen said this, really, really appreciated the application's concern with having professional musicians who are also educators, because there are fine musicians who are lousy teachers. And we really don't want them in this project, and I'm glad they're paying such good attention to that. I also noted that there was a discrepancy that I feel like I saw between wanting to have 12 student participants, but I think I only saw 8 in the budget. And so I hope that they can do the full 12 and that there will be enough spots. I'm guessing that relates to whether they find students who are of the quality they need for this kind of project. And then I may have misunderstood this, and so forgive me if I did, but with regard to evaluations, I do have notes here that say the students are going to be evaluated pre and post in terms of their work. So if I heard, Keitra, I'm not sure if I misunderstood or not, but I just want to say in their defense that they're planning to, and that the conductor and professional musicians are also going to be providing evaluation through their own observation and participation. So,
thank you for that. I think what I was thinking of is being interviewed together.
Oh.
And I didn't know, like almost like watching them have a conversation, and how that would maybe change. In my mind, they're going to be lifelong friends after they go through this experience. And so, yeah, thank you for that.
Keitra, thank you. That totally makes sense. And
okay.
I did misunderstand. I'm sorry about that.
No, not at all.
We have about 1.5 minutes left.
Sounds like everyone has chimed in. Thank you for scoring.
Fantastic. Thank you all. We'll be moving on then to Madison Contemporary Dance, which is located in Monona, which is an area within Madison area. They're requesting $6,000. And Deb, you are the first reader on this one. We'll kick it off with you.
So the dance company was created in 2010. It's a nonprofit since 2018. This is the second year of the collaboration project where they're asking for funds. It is connecting professional dancers with kids and classes, community dance classes, dancers from different backgrounds are what they're trying to incorporate in. and they do 13 outdoor performances. They're also videotaping and documenting the project. They are combining a unique studio dance and street dance together. They have 8 committed partners. They already have 2 community centers located in areas where they've identified kind of marginalized communities. 2 dance studios, the Monona government, the Parks Department and Library Department, the museum, the Children's Museum, which I wrote down something I can't read, and the Old Brick Gardens. The reason that they wanted to do this is the inequality and access to dance education, which is really important. I think the strengths are that they've got 100% dancer retention. So we have a lot of skill there developed. They have students involved in the choreography, and that is amazing. The weaknesses, the video projects they showed us were of the dancers, the professional or the professional dancers dancing. I didn't see any of the kids involved in the dancing. It would have been nice to see. And hopefully those 13 outdoor performances, not to make an assumption that hopefully those outdoor performances include the students, not just having the students in class, but actually having an opportunity to share a dance with the public.
Deb, sorry to interrupt, just a little over 2 minutes in.
Okay, nope, that was where I was gonna end it, so perfect. Yay!
Good job. C, you were the second reader, if you'd like to jump in.
Yes, Deb covered all the bullet points that I have down on my notes. I do want to say that I danced for over 10 years and I love this project, especially being that it is free and for kids. And just everything about this project, it looks awesome. And I'm very excited and I look forward to hopefully seeing more of the kids. I do understand being that because the youths are underage, there might be some privacy with parents going there on there too, but yeah, I would love to see more of this project.
Any other panel members? Commentary?
I noticed that, and I don't know that this is probably common throughout, but their income sources are pending. I do like the fact that the video will be available afterwards. All types of dance are going to be included. Did anybody have an issue with the budget? I just made a note that the numbers didn't match between the budget page and the attachment, but again, because I made a mistake on that on another application, could be wrong on that. If no one else made a note, then I read it wrong. Good, nobody else said anything. Good, the budget's good.
Perfect.
I didn't have a lot of comments on this. Just I agree with what's been said. I didn't notice anything in the budget, but I'm not a great budget gal, so don't. But I loved it. I loved the engagement and the outdoor performances. I think are just really speak to the communities. And it's just I really like it.
I will add a couple of things. I like the project as well. A couple of things that I wish that I had seen a little bit more of would be in that this is really serving the community. Great that it can be free, things like that. I wasn't certain that I was seeing a lot of information about community input into how this is going to be carried out. And I expect it's probably there, but I don't recall seeing it in the application and wish that I had. I also wish that I had seen evaluation information from artists who have previously participated. And I know that there were evaluation efforts here. Panelists, if I missed it, please tell me, but that was something that I would have liked to see as well. And then Deb, to your comment about not seeing students, I could swear that I really did see a video that included students working in a dance studio, but I just went to look at the support materials, and it looks like a link that I thought would be there is not there. But does anybody else in the panel remember seeing that? It was a dance studio, small kids. I think there could have been more of that in the application, given that so much of this is about working with kids. But I feel like there was one video, and maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but I just want to say it. So
In the work sample, Ken?
in the work sample, yeah.
There
is a video of the professionals or the adult performers. But then if you go down, a link to work sample. This video shows clips of our collaborative works and photos of our outreach classes and groups from 2021. I think that's what I'm thinking of, but I don't see the link now, so I'm not sure what happened. Karen, is that a technical thing that you have any information about?
No, I'm not remembering that particular work sample, or it may be in the support materials somehow buried in there. Sometimes groups do that if you want to double check there. But the point that I'm hearing you make, regardless, is that an emphasis on that and a visual of that would have strengthened this application.
That's true for me.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to make a comment, Ken, in regards to the evaluation methods. They did state on the proposal that they will be making improvements for this year in regards to that, but they did not state exactly what. They did say that they will be making improvements.
I remember that they were doing exercises to try to help everyone feel more confident and comfortable with each other. That was one of the things that was new this year, and there was a second thing as well, C. So I remember seeing a little bit about that too, and that's helpful. I thought more specific evaluation information from artists who have previously worked in this program, since this is year 2, would have been appropriate and helpful.
We're a little less, we're about a minute and a half remaining. Appears no more discussion, so if you guys want to submit your scores. Excellent. Thank you all so much. We will move forward with the next application for Mahogany Black Arts and Cultural Center based in Racine. They're requesting $3,000. And with that, Ken, I'll pass the floor to you.
Okay, thank you. It's Mahogany Black Arts and Cultural Center out of Racine. The project name is Black Humanity Now, Art for the Revolution. This is a first-year project, July through October of 2022. The request is 3,000, volunteer-driven organization. 15 artists will be engaged and employed, 25 youth, 80 adults. They are building on artistic energy of 2020 to inspire new and creative work that continues to address racial equity and social justice. Scott Terry is the lead. There are two components to the project. The first is to refurbish the largest mural in Racine County. And there was lots of support for this mural when it was first considered. It seems there's lots of support to keep it up and refurbish it. The second is a summer program led by 6 artists to educate and train middle and high school youth on mural design, art practices, the careers of Black artists, and influences of arts and activism. I think it seems like a good project. I like the summer program in particular. I think it's great that they can refurbish the original mural. It certainly seems appropriate to the community. Artistic quality looks high. I see education. I see cultural value. I see quality. All of that. Clear goals in the summer program related to skill building and educational and social awareness. Scott Terry is from Racine, looks like a fine leader for the project. The board is all in its first year, which is interesting. Not a strike against them, but just a new development there. The activity proposed in 2 parts seems well organized, thought out. I feel like they can do it. There is evidence of good relationships, particularly with Expo, which stands for Ex-Incarcerated People Organizing, UW Extension, Racine Arts Council. Madeline, one of the lead artists, is also from Racine, so they clearly have the advantage of knowing this community well. There is one, well, survey looks good. I like the questions that were attached in the sample. The one thing that I feel like I did not see as well, and so this would be a weakness, is the 80 adults who are intended to be involved. I can see my way clear to where the students are coming from. Scott Terry is already doing work in local schools to try to build that audience and build those participants. But I'm not as clear about how community adults are going to be invited and encouraged in. Are there going to be community meetings? Are there going to be community workshops? This is something that I think could have been stronger. Those are my comments. Thank you.
3.5 minutes in, and with that, I'll pass it over to Deb, the second reader.
Thanks. So I really echo the fact that there's a great mix of collaborators that Ken had talked about. I had a question about the youth selection process because I had a finite number of youth that were listed in there. How are they going to select the youth to be involved, or are you just, or is that just an estimate? I love the fact that the leadership was led, organized, and implemented by and for a non-dominant communities of color. My challenge was when I did a little bit more research, because I wanted to look a bit more at the organization outside, and it's because they've just launched wonderfully a $500,000 campaign to get a new building. That just happened in March. The building looked like it was different from the building where it exists right now, which is Scott Terry's gallery, or right next to that. If it's the same building, great, then we're talking about. But the mural project that the youth would be involved in, and the cleanup, and that there isn't a garden. It was supposed to be behind the building where they're at now. And if they are building a new building, do they have the commitment for the mural? I didn't get, when I went back in there, I kept looking and looking. I could not find that. So they have a great mix of collaborators. They have a lot of stuff, but I didn't see the commitment of where they wanted to put that other mural, if there is that commitment to use it, because behind the building that they have now is just a clear area and they don't own it. And the new building is not maybe or may or not be there. So a big chunk of this, that mural and the cleaning and the involvement, I just had a question as to, and maybe somebody saw it and I didn't see it. That's a pretty big part of the commitment that I couldn't find to do. So involving the kids in the summer camp is great, but if they're going to be creating the mural, where is that going to be located given the new launch? And maybe that happened, that launch finally came together after they did this application. So that was just the concern I had about it.
I can respond and just say my impression was that the mural, the artistic work was going to happen in the garden itself, smaller projects, not necessarily a big wall project. You know, the huge mural on the street, of course.
But where's the garden? That's what
where's the garden? I don't know.
And I mean, so great ideas. And maybe it's there. It was just one of those things, you know, like we all have. Oh, I forgot to tell them that we already have this access, but I could not find a place where it would be.
I also made a note on my page. I don't understand where the gardens are. So Deb, to your point, I had the same question. On the very positive side, I think it's great that they're and interesting that they're working with those impacted by incarceration. And I will also echo that the Scott, Terry, Jody, Alexander, and Madeline Tabor team is excellent. They're three unbelievably great, great reputations, great leadership.
I was excited to read about a healing garden design. I completely missed the bit that we didn't know exactly where that was, but Karen, with what you just shared, I'm not concerned about that.
We're at 2 minutes out.
In the narrative, I see this paragraph. We are currently in discussion with the city and local property owners to determine the best site for this new mural. I don't know if that's helpful, but I just found that.
Yeah, so I found those, there was some conflicting stuff, and it could have been, I've done it before, writing proposals, you're kind of cutting and pasting and something that was a little bit before, which was maybe it had been identified, and then now they are looking with the new building. It could have definitely, but what Karen said and about knowing the people themselves really puts me at ease if they've got that kind of solid leadership.
The only other thing I will add is that there are artists listed, mural artists, educator, photographer in the narrative. I would have appreciated seeing a little bit about them in the board staff, support materials, just to understand those artists a little bit better. Thank you.
With that, C, do you have any comments?
No, my concerns and comments were already covered.
Excellent. Well, with that, if everyone can move forward with scoring.
While you're scoring, I will say I think this is the first time I've ever done this, but as I crafted the agenda, I somehow miraculously inserted in a half hour into the mix that I completely, as I was morphing stuff around. So woohoo! We are 15 minutes ahead.
Yes. That's fantastic.
Oh my. Well, you know, if it has to happen, happening that way instead of the other way.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So given that, I mean, I'd be comfortable, Jen, just checking in with the panel just to see if anybody needs a stretch break. We do have a lunch break scheduled at in an hour-ish, in 50 minutes. But if y'all need a need a break, that would be fine.
I could actually use a real quick break.
Let's do it.
Sure.
Do you want to do 5-10 minutes, Karen?
What kind of time do y'all need? 5 minutes. I see a 5. All right. Great. After you're done scoring and submitting, please. Thank you. Thank you, Dale. Ken, how long have you been doing the teen court thing? That sounded really cool.
A couple of years now. Yeah, it is interesting. It sounds like you know teen court a little bit, do you?
Mm-hmm, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not the lead. I'm an adult who sits in to try to encourage and support the youth who are the jurors, and it seems like a meaningful effort most of the time. You know, you don't get 100%. Sometimes the situation just doesn't want to move forward, but most of the students involved, both those who are there because of something they've done and those who are there to try to encourage things and find sanctions that make sense, some really creative stuff.
Nice. And that maybe this, as you're describing this, that may be a different model than the one I'm used to. So Norm is a lawyer. He does a lot with guardianships and taken on cases kind of like that. And I know that he has run kind of a kid-led, student-led court kind of thing in the past, or been a support resource for those. But I think they are all completely theoretical. I don't think they're dealing with any specific, real situations. So
yeah, in our case, we're working with first-time offenders, generally traffic, minor drug kinds of things, poor behavior, things like that. And they come before a jury of peers, students, who hear the story and come up with sanctions that are intended to try to make the person realize what they've done, take some time to make amends in certain ways. And if they do that successfully, then it does not go on their record and they don't have to pay the fines that would be associated with that offense. So we spend time hearing the story and then send that person back out. We're doing it mostly by Zoom right now, and then have a big deliberation, just like what we're doing here. Well, what do you think? Were they telling the truth? Are there things that we can think of here that would make sense in terms of sanctions that would cause them to think about their behavior and result in a good outcome? So,
wow, that is completely awesome.
Yeah.
Is that available in every community?
I think it's available in every county, as long as counties want to participate, and I believe most of them do.
Awesome. Again with the learning, this constant ongoing learning, always good. All right, well, as soon as Deb and C can join us again, I think we can get started. But yeah, hooray for schedule snafus. We find ourselves with plenty of time. I see.
Karen, you never should have admitted that. We should have been so efficient that, we got done a half an hour early because we were that good.
Well, we can talk about that for sure. But given that we put out the schedule and we've told the folks that we'll be resuming after lunch at 12:30, I'm kind of loath to do that. On the other hand, we are streaming live and we are recording it, so they certainly will have access to the information. So we can talk about that just as soon as we get through this next batch and see what you're thinking.
Forgive me, I'm having a brain slip. The next one up is Make Music Madison, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my marbles.
Nope. All marbles intact, at least from the outside, at least the way it looks.
I don't know about you guys, but I am like cold to the bone since we've gotten this cold snap. Like my body is just like, my house feels like it's an ice locker.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking about turning on the fireplace.
Yes.
Do it.
And it's April. It's the end of April.
I know. Karen, you know my husband. He is so cranky these days because of this weather. It's just like, it's a personal affront. Dude. Yeah, it is rough.
I don't see any projection for maybe west of Milwaukee. We're always colder than everybody else, but I don't see any long-term forecast of anything particularly decent.
Not in the coming days, that's for darn sure. My fear is that we're going to go from 0 to 80.
Yeah.
Well, that's usually what happens, yeah.
And lilacs are my favorite, and I'm worried about a short season this year. And here's Deb. All righty. Awesome. Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right. Let me get my timer back out.
Awesome.
Next up is Make Music Madison Incorporated in Madison. Oh, sorry. I'll do that again. Next up is Make Music Madison Incorporated, located in Madison. They are requesting $6,000. And with that, Karen, I'll pass it on over to you as the first reader.
Okay, thank you. Make Music Madison is proposing, I believe, year 2 of what they call their neighborhood main stage. It should be noted that Make Music Madison and the stages are part of a worldwide music day. They will be working in neighborhoods who are lacking access to live music to co-produce performances in their neighborhoods. And the second goal is to provide, as they say, paying gigs to artists. The organization will supply the stage and the sound, and then the neighborhood will decide on the performance. They note that they want to improve equity in music access. Again, I'm a big fan of paying artists, so I like to see that. And they are partnering with community centers to recruit performers. 3 sites are being considered. They have not finalized it, is my understanding, which sites those will be for these performances. And then each community that is chosen will form a selection committee to decide on the actual performances. I note that they have a good board, lots of artists on their board. They have a really good support letter from the Boys and Girls Club. And I think it would have been good and strengthened the proposal if they could have identified the neighborhoods, but I also understand that could just be a timing issue. And for some reason, they haven't been able to do that.
Thank you.
Jennifer, okay.
Yeah, you're just under 2 minutes. That's fantastic. Second reader on this, sorry.
Me.
Petra, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I thank you, Karen. I think that they had identified 3 potential sites, and then they listed some other sites, and so I kind of caught that too. But I was really excited to see their willingness and their goal to work directly with community centers to help, identify the communities. And it kind of sounds like it's almost like they're developing a plug and play. They really want to support the neighborhoods to be able to take the ball and run with it, which I think is absolutely excellent. The group definitely has demonstrated ability to organize and run the successful events. I also really appreciated that they're sort of building in the ability to be flexible and to flex for those specific community needs and wants. I think it's a great opportunity for often overlooked artists to have an opportunity to, perform. So I was very encouraged by this proposal.
Opening the floor to discussion.
Well, I'll jump in. 2 things that I would like. First, I appreciate the comments already shared by my fellow panelists and support them all. I like the project. I do think that the work to identify areas that haven't been served is really good. I did see, let's see, this is the 2nd year. So I did see evidence of learning and taking into consideration things that were experienced the first time around. So I felt like that box was checked. Given that Make Music Madison is so skilled in community work, I expected to see a little bit more about the reach within particular neighborhoods. Definitely, yes, work with a community organization, but from there, churches, clubs, social organizations, I assume that they will encourage and support that community agency to do all of that. But I would like to have seen it in writing, I guess, just to make sure that in terms of all the other training that they're doing, that is part of it as well. And I apologize if any of you saw something like that and I missed it, please let me know. I also would have appreciated just a little bit more artist video, I guess, since we don't know who the artists are for the upcoming cycle. We can't really judge the quality of their performance and artistic merit, all of that. We had one video, as I recall, the taiko drummers. And so it would have been helpful for me to see a little bit more. Well, no, I guess there was one more, wasn't there? I think there was on the plaza or something like that. Do you recall? Anyway, I just wrote a note and now I'm thinking, I wonder if that was valid. So.
Any additional comments from Deb or C?
I really like the project. I feel that their partner, they have really good partner that will strengthen their project. I have nothing negative to say about this project.
Excellent. So we're pretty far ahead. Kieran, is it okay to move forward with scoring? I'm gonna say yes.
Sometimes the mute button does just not want to work. Yes, it is absolutely okay. If you all have had the conversation you need to have, absolutely.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Jen. Good gut.
Alrighty then. Thank you, Dale. So let us move on to the next application. Milwaukee Artist Resource Network, based in Milwaukee, requesting $6,000. C, you are the first reader on this. I'll pass the floor to you.
Yeah, so this project name is Mind Social Engagement Program. They're looking to increase visibility and marketing of local artists and creativities in the greater Milwaukee area. The program aims to place artists in positions to create and cultivate interactive dialogues, body works, and experiences that are socially responsive. The program will ask emerging and established artists to mediate on their potential to be communally active and present and propose projects that will bring their vision to life. All the proposed projects will be evaluated for their unique ability to bridge and foster connections within the community. I have on here that artists and cultural workers, I'm sorry, I skipped a note. They will begin their first full year in July with calling for proposals, leveraging its social media presence, a member network of nearly 400 local artists and new locations to solicit artists and cultural workers on how they can best lead conversations, projects with the Milwaukee community. Something that I noted is that they don't have a specific project details yet until after the application period. It is not the first time that this has happened, and they have similar provided logistics and financial support for projects that are conceived by outside artists or organizations. Some strength I have on here listed is that this project opens the door and bridge for artists to further their arts, and increases visibility and marketability of of local artists. And their budgeting makes sense to me. Everything adds up. Yeah, Ken, do you have anything else that needs to be added?
We're 2.5 minutes in.
The only thing that I like the project and agree. One of the things that I especially liked is in the evaluation area. The narrative was really crystal clear about what they're going to be evaluating. Trust with the community, create meaningful change, ensures sustainability, tells us a specific story people care about. Did this project accomplish those 4 things is how I read the evaluation. And I thought that was really great to be so specific when more often it's just kind of like, well, you know, did you like it or not? So I really thought that was a strength. One thing, and see, I wonder if you thought about this at all or anyone else. 2 artists are going to be expected and selected to engage the community. I like that the application notes that part of how the artists are going to be selected is based on previous experience in engaging the community, because that's such a big part of this. So really great. But once the artists are selected, I wasn't clear on how the community engagement process works. Maybe I missed something, but will the artists be meeting with the community in any sort of formal way, like through workshops or gatherings? Or is all the community feedback that comes to these 2 artists going to be done really informally in ways that are less transparent? I would have liked to have heard and read a little bit more about how that community feedback is going to work its way to the artists and influence the work that they do. So that would be something that I wish that I'd seen more of.
Yeah, I have on my notes here that they will be having social media presence. So I'm guessing they're gonna, with Facebook, there's like Facebook Live. I'm guessing they're gonna be doing that. I'm not too sure what other ways they have, but they do have here that they have new location. They didn't specify on what exactly they mean by new location, but I'm guessing that it's for like, oh, what is it called? I'm drawing like a blank in my mind, I'm sorry. But yeah, move on.
Okay, thanks, C.
I think I made an assumption too that it sounded like they were really putting like allowing the artists that were selected ownership and how they were going to be engaging in their community, which I saw as a plus. You know, they know hopefully their community and how to engage with them. And somewhere leverage community, I thought I had a good, I've lost it, but that was an assumption that I just kind of made. It was almost like intentionally left open.
I too also had some challenges in that area. I respect and applaud what Marn is doing. I think they have a lot of strength and a lot of capacity to offer to the artists. But it seemed, I struggled a little bit with the community involvement part because it sounded like the burden of the community involvement was on the artists before they even came to the funding. And I felt one of the things that Marn really provides is that ability to build the capacity within the artist to help to engage the community. And so it sounded like they would have to already come set. And to me, it was a little bit, then it's still very worthwhile, but given Martin's desire to build the capacity of artists, it seemed a little bit putting the cart before the horse. I'd like to see Martin get involved in identifying a great idea with the artist and helping the artist engage the community, and then also help them build up the monitoring evaluation aspects, that kind of stuff. I think that's where I was having a real hard time kind of squaring things up. Love the idea, but I couldn't get that to work.
Deb, I completely agree with you. And going back to a couple of other things, I think some real strengths here. One was something that Ken, you mentioned in the evaluation. They used the words "to what extent," and then went on to describe those, what they were looking for. I really, to Deb's point, would have appreciated maybe an example or just a little bit more detail on the guts of this and how it works. And Kietra, maybe what you were looking at was the part of their application that said the artist must show that it's builds on and otherwise honors underlying cultural traditions of the community that has helped develop the project. So great. I think that's terrific. I think this could just be me, but what this actually looks like, I couldn't quite grasp. And if somebody can help me with that, I would love it.
We're at a minute and a half left, please.
Well, what I said still stands. I would like to understand that a little bit better, but I think Kietra's right. I think there's a lot of flexibility built in for the artists here. And I would just say, not to, say this is the perfect solution, but Deb, the fact that they're seeking artists who demonstrate that they've already done really good community interaction, community work, suggests to me that they're really looking for people who have a lot of experience in this area already and maybe don't need quite as much help as someone who has not done as much of that community connection, community building work. So those were, but I still kind of wish that it had been explained better for me.
From my understanding, I may be wrong, but from what I understand from the proposal is that since they are looking for artists that have previous volunteer work, I feel like these artists already have an audience following, and that it shouldn't be a problem for them to outreach to the community. But that's what I have from my understanding when I was reading this.
With that, our time is up. If you can submit your scores. Excellent. Thank you, Dale. We are moving on now to Northland College in Ashland. Sorry, my computer is freezing. They are requesting $6,000. And with that, I'll throw it over to Keitra.
Yeah. So the Northland College Arts Program has been without a kiln, I guess, for some time. I don't think it was very long, but this project is proposing a community kiln build. I believe the artist or specialist with whom they are planning to work is Bob Eccles. I'm not familiar with, but he will be hosting a community-wide workshop on how to build the kiln. And then participants in that week-long workshop will get to load in their own pieces for the inaugural firing. The project, they have a couple of different workshops planned that I kind of lost track of. It looks like there's the building of the kiln. There will be community members at the artist's lecture. It sounds like a possible summer workshop and open house. They're partnering with 7 local schools in the Ashland area. And although the traditional Anishinaabe indigenous group didn't traditionally work with ceramics, they also have some planned engagement with the tribal community up there. There's some travel stipends and a stipend for the artist. I really saw strong cultural value, definitely creating arts locally. They had some other partnerships with the Chequamegon Bay Area Arts Council. Like I said, 7 different schools. I think one is a private school as well. I just looking over my other comments, I didn't see anything glaring in the budget. I thought that there was good community participation, Arts Council, local art teachers, community residents, and local artists. Just seems like something almost like a hearth that the whole community can kind of gather around and utilize and benefit from.
We're 2.5 minutes in. Ken, you're the second reader, I believe.
Actually, I'm not. I think it's
Okay.
Karen.
Oh, good. Well, my computer has frozen, so I was guessing on the initials. So, Karen, please.
That would be Karen with a K, but not Peshko. And I thought, oh, I have this marked as a secondary. Maybe I'm not. Thanks. Not much to add other than I really, they could have just gone ahead and tried to build this thing without the community participation. And I like the fact that they want to make it a community project. I think it's really great and very creative. I would like to, they say they may hold open houses at the end of the workshop. I hope they do. The timeline, for some reason, I wrote a note about the timeline and question about the actual building of the kiln, when it's going to happen. Good marks for reaching out to the tribal communities, as Keitra mentioned. I think that's all I had to add. I think it's really an interesting way to get this done with community involvement.
Great. Other panel members?
So I just want to clarify, so I am reading this properly. The focus of this proposal is to teach people how to construct a reduction gas kiln and then be taught how to use the kiln for clay and ceramic projects, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, for me, it would strengthen is it something that someone could go back and go to their area or go somewhere else and build another reduction?
That, like, how
gas
duplicable is the project, kind of?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I wondered that too, and I think that it would be hard to do that without without another grant or something like that.
Right.
But there is no reason why I would argue somebody couldn't go ahead and do that. And maybe it isn't building a kiln, but maybe it's something else. Maybe it's glass blowing studio or something like that. So I think I appreciate just the model of, hey, if we're going to be building something, let's bring the community in and show them how we are doing it. And even if it's just a one and done, what I appreciated about it is that it's opening the doors, right, at Northland College and bringing the community in to do that. So I don't know if that helps.
So what I didn't, so it itself, getting involved and seeing that's cool. It's not necessarily, I don't know, I've never built a kiln. It's not necessarily a transferable skill to another area, so we can make more of these available. What I'd like to see, I guess maybe more of a suggestion, is how is it going to be, how accessible will it be for this? They talked about having more classes available. Are they going to be available to everyone? Do they going to have to pay? It's a college, and that's wonderful. Are they going to have it available for people to use at a low cost, or is it going to be like a college credit course that gets a little bit more expensive? People can't get to it. So I appreciate people understanding the building of that, and that may be a smaller group of people and it's a worthwhile thing. But, and I don't mean this as a but for me, it changes a little bit on the local arts accessibility.
I think it had something that, so there's definitely involvement with the many schools in the area. So it sounds like it's like an ongoing opportunity for high school, elementary, and middle school arts teachers to utilize this kiln. And I was just trying to find it, and of course I can't, but there was something mentioned that I recall with the local arts council. Like, if you're a member of the council, then I think that maybe there was some access to it. That's what I recall.
That's good.
No,
I didn't see it, but I didn't.
If I'm understanding it correctly.
I think there's a broader impact here in the education just around ceramic arts. I think that while the entire community may not have direct access and free access to this particular kiln, I think there's a broader educational value to it.
For me, one of the valuable parts of the application was when you get to the fall and the schools are given more access. Of course, they're not in session in the summer, but I think, Keitra, you mentioned 5 schools, something like that, 7 or 8. So that's where the application really started to build some strength for me, aside from some of the things that already been mentioned, that they're really trying to open it up and invite the schools in. And I hope that'll be a really successful connection.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, let's move forward with scoring then.
And once you have completed your scoring, accept our thanks, our bon appetit, and enjoy a very well-earned luncheon break. Thank you, Dale, for the thumbs up. Thank you all for this morning's work. And we will see you. I mean, we can certainly talk now if you feel that you want to try to start earlier than 12:30, which is what we have on our agenda. I just want to honor the fact that we had told the afternoon applicants that they'd be reviewed at those times. The Zoom environment and our recording of it makes it a little more flexible than we're used to, so we're still adapting. But just getting a read from you guys. Are you still okay with starting at 12:30, or are you feeling the need to move it up a bit?
I think we need to respect the timeline for those who might be tuning in this afternoon.
Awesome. Okay, thank you all. Then we will see you. Let's say jump on about 12:25 just to be safe, and we'll see you then. Take care. Thank you for pausing the recording. I think we'll just let it run.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was going to ask for the streaming. Should I just let it run?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to be able to put up on the live stream lunch break, but I don't really know how to do that.
I don't either.
So one assumes that they'll be looking and see on the agenda that it's nothing until 12:30, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Caitlin. Thanks,
Yeah, no
Dale.
problem.
Bye.
Bye.
All tech working, fantastic.
Yes.
you.
Jen, I thought about you at lunch today, and I was thinking, we have a master chef on board here, involved in this process. Somehow, little box lunches should have been a part of this
I know,
deal.
right? Hopefully we can do this in person at some point soon. The next one.
Of course, I'm teasing, Jen. I'm totally teasing, but
Jen, where are you a chef? You said downtown in Madison?
Yeah, Lucille.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. I worked for Josh and Patrick when they first opened Merchant, like the first year.
Yeah. Wow. So John Noddler's back.
Oh, I
think
love John.
Yeah.
At Merchant.
Yeah, he's my culinary director. So he's culinary director for the restaurant group.
Please tell him hello for me.
I will.
Yeah.
I definitely will. Yeah, so we're the only restaurant open of the group right now. So
That's what I
Merchant
thought. Okay.
should be open again mid-May or so. And then we're opening another restaurant in Hilldale, I think late summer, early fall.
Cool. Congratulations.
Will be the opening chef for that.
Oh, congratulations. I can't wait to try it out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If any of you are in Madison or want to come by, please do. I'd love to see you.
What's the name of the Hilldale restaurant?
It's going to be Amara.
Amara.
Ooh, that's
And
pretty.
they will specialize, and forgive me if I'm incorrect, but Amara means bitter in Italian. So they're going to have lots of Amaros there as well to taste, to drink.
The cool thing these days, lots of Amaro.
Well, I actually have to say that I love Ken's idea of us somehow sending out, shipping out, overnighting, whatever, a boxed lunch to all the panelists. I think that would be awesome.
It would be interesting to see what kind of shape that came in.
Yeah.
Great. Right. Oh. Well, I would frankly love to deliver it myself. Hi, thank you. Here's some food. See you on Zoom. Something. Well. Okay, I think we are waiting for Deb and then we're good to go. Oh, Deb is in the waiting room. Ah. And joining now. I hope you are all well fed and somewhat rested, or at least exercised or something. But yeah, please feel free if you have not yet finished your meal to keep eating, for heaven's sakes. Oh yeah, I hear you, Keitra. Looks like Deb is having trouble connecting to audio, so I'm glad we're starting this a little bit early. There she is.
Hello.
Hi, Deb. Glad your audio is working.
All right.
All right.
Here we go.
28 is just fine. So yeah, thanks, Jen. Off we go.
So starting up after this break, Rise Up Central Wisconsin, based in Wausau, and they're requesting $6,000. And Deb, you'll kick us off again.
Hello. So it's a nonprofit or arts organization whose stated mission is to use art to build multiple level community connections. It was started in 2017 and has created 4 murals, and this is mural number 5. They're located in Marathon County. There's a large farming, a dairy and ginseng base, as well as wood and paper mills. And it's a nexus for a lot of healthcare organizations. Their project is Unity and Diversity, painting a diverse canvas of Hmong American culture. It was raised as a community issue, and that the community was not as well represented as it could be artistically. I have and that there was a high level of discrimination experiences that was part of the motivation for putting this in, and that 16.6% of the Hmong Americans were having issues, were poverty issues. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm stuttering so much here. The strengths were, I thought there was an excellent system created to plan, create, and share a participatory, transformative public art project. I like that: engage, create, and generate. That's something that can be used for a lot of other communities and their community as well. They already had key sharing opportunities identified. They're ensuring to engage at least one Hmong artist. There's a strong existing Hmong partnership organization there. The artist facilitators are actually artists and facilitators, so they have that skill in facilitation. And they were looking at multidisciplinary arts during the create part. I didn't actually have anything written down here for weaknesses. So I will leave that to the person who's.
It's me.
Yeah, the second person.
Yeah.
Sorry. Keep
I
trying.
really didn't have any weaknesses listed either. I had a lot of appreciation for. It seems very culturally relevant. It really seems like they heard from their community that there was, underrepresentation for this non-dominant group, and they're trying to address it. I said they're really working to address the inclusivity, and it seems like they're partnering with the correct partners in the community. They had multiple layers of evaluation, which I really see as a strength always. Yeah, I didn't have any red flags noted anyway.
Excellent. Other panel members?
I just think their total mission is about involving the community. So certainly to that point of working with the community is evident here. In my view, I think they showed a really good and realistic timeline. I like the idea of giving incentives to do surveys. I'm not sure what they will do, with what form that will take, but they may generate more surveys in terms of evaluation by doing that. Again, I love the evaluation plan. And I had a question mark next to the word location. So if anybody else had any issues around where this was taking place, let me know. That might have been a question I asked myself and later answered in my notes.
I think I do remember seeing something about where it is, but I'm searching for it now, so.
I can circle back to and look in the application.
See, you bring up, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it's me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that. I have some comments that I have listed. I'm not sure if I missed it, so if I did miss it, please fill me in. But on here I have that, so let me see. They stated that they will have like around 200 participants, but will have the All American Center and the Hmong New Year and Wausau recruit up to 30 participants. So that is adding up to around 60. Will Rise Up be covering the rest? It didn't specify on that. And another comment I have is that I didn't see any information in regards to the artists with knowledge on specific project. I'm not sure if I missed those information, but those are the ones that I have.
We have about 2.5 minutes left for any more discussion.
Well, I too like the project. One thing that I noticed, and I don't know if this is fair, I'd welcome input from the other panelists, but I saw DC Everest and Wausau Public listed as sites for paint days, I believe. So they're definitely involved that way. I think there are 2 or 3 colleges or universities in Wausau. I think there's a technical school. Stevens Point, I think, has something there, and maybe one other. And so I was a little surprised, I guess, not to see more about schools, and hate to just, always insist on schools being involved, but I assume that there are Hmong populations in the schools as well, and that maybe this could be a way to open things up a little bit in those buildings also. I'm curious, did Keitra or Deb, did you have any thoughts about that?
I agree. I do know that they had listed the DC Everest and Wausau Public Schools. Yeah, I think it's a good point. I'm not sure exactly how they're working to focus it a little bit more in schools or to get more of that engagement, but I think that's a really good suggestion to the applicant.
Anyone else? Okay, with that, I guess let's move forward with scoring, please. Awesome. Thank you, Dale. Moving on. Next up is the Village of Oregon, as we say it around here, in Oregon, Wisconsin. They are requesting $6,000. And Karen, you're the first reader on this.
Okay. The Village of Oregon is proposing a first-year public art program. They have received a state grant, a $100,000 state grant to, I believe, create the program. The plan is to install 3 what I would expect to be fairly large pieces over 3 years. This stated goal is that it will not be done for the community, but with the community. The timeline, I think aggressive, unless I'm reading it wrong, is proposals from artists will be due in late June, selection after July 1st, and installation, it said early summer of 22 in one section, and then I think I saw in another section by the end of the year. Not sure if anyone else saw conflicting timelines. I think there's a really good list. A strength of this is a good list of collaborators. There's going to be a juried process. The Welcome Center will be rented, where there will be workshops and demonstrations, and schools will be coming in to learn more about some of the methods that they're going to be using. The Chamber of Commerce is involved, as well as the business community. The project budget talks about 5 artists in one place and 3 in another, so I'm not clear on that. And did we see Randy in another proposal? Maybe not. He, I think, is giving great strength to their evaluation methodology and tools. So I think they're going to have very strong evaluation. All in all, I think this looks good. I noticed that maintenance, I think I'm quoting from the proposal, maintenance should be a factor in creation of the piece. I would love, with myself being having a public art background, who's going to pay for that maintenance? I understand that it's got to be a factor from the artist, but is the artist suggesting what will be needed in terms of maintenance? Or is the artist going to be expected to maintain whatever piece is created? Those are my comments.
Thank you. We're almost 3 minutes in.
I'm sorry.
No, please do not apologize. It's okay.
Public art.
C, you're the second reader on this one.
Yes, I have the restraints listed as it creates increased sense of place and pride for Oregon, and it makes Oregon an art and culture destination. And I like that it creates a public engagement process from beginning to end. I do have a question. I wasn't really clear on this part. They state that this is an ongoing project and it's been going on for almost 3 years now. And they are installing at least 3 pieces of public art throughout the village over the 3-year process. So does that mean that this project is nearing the end of their project, or they are continuing on for another 3 years?
In just the project details, it said that this is their first year.
I think that the confusion may be around the original 3 years of planning. They wrote the grant and got the 100,000, and now this is the implementation, and this is a 3-year implementation. I think, unless I got that wrong.
I'm sorry, Karen, you were kind of cutting out on my end. Could you please repeat that?
Sure. I think that my understanding was that there was a 3-year planning process, which also included the application and getting the $100,000 state grant. I believe that was from tourism. And once that process was done, the implementation of the project will take 3 years. That's my understanding. So the planning was the first 3, and then the selection installation will be the second 3.
That was my understanding as well.
All right, thank you for clarifying.
The only thing that I would add here is more of a suggestion for the future is, so if anybody has anything they want to talk about, they should jump in here first, but on something like this, it'd be nice to have, since it's the Village of Oregon, if they could do a public art policy. We have Sculpture Eau Claire, that is a separate nonprofit organization. And one of the regrets that they have about their process is that they did not get a public policy for the city of Eau Claire first, which helps them identify, goals and responsibilities, maintenance. What if it gets stolen? Because they've had a lot of problems with that. What if it's defaced? Whose responsibility? Who carries the insurance? Of course, it's a nonprofit, so it's a different thing. But that's what we're trying to pursue here. And when you go through a public policy process, it really helps the village have some preset ideas as to how long are things going to stay there. What is the process of getting rid of it? Not that it's bad, but sometimes, art, you want to have it fresh and new, and how do you retire it and those kind of things. So it's just a recommendation if they could think about doing that in the future.
I think that's a really good point. Having written the entire public art program for Milwaukee County, it's the government agency, the city, village, state, county, whatever, has to be willing to jump in to do that and then to abide by those rules. And I think they have to be great proponents of public art and a public art program. I'm assuming since the Village of Oregon is actually doing this and they were the applicant, that they would have that commitment. So Deb, I think that's a great suggestion for the future.
I have only two things to add here. One is the application did just a tremendous job of demonstrating how it's trying to be really careful and sensitive and listen to community input over a long period of time. I didn't see in that information anything about reaching out to underserved communities or non-dominant communities, anything like that. It might have been a strength if they have done that and could add it. And in the process of, their community-wide work, perhaps they feel like they're doing it already. And I understand that, but just a thought. The other thing is that I always love connections directly with the artists whenever that's possible. And so with the Welcome Center, I saw that student art is going to be displayed there. And Karen, you mentioned that there will be workshops there as well. Is that right? And are those being led by the artists? Do you happen to know?
I think so, or a combination of the artists and others, but I can't say that for sure, Ken. I would have to go back to the application.
Okay, well, it's really easy to say, well, connect with the schools, blah, 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 and the schools are already so busy and so
Right.
involved that it's really very difficult sometimes to expect any more of them.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I would just say if there's a great art program in one of the schools, I'd love to see evidence that the artists are getting in to talk with students and staff who really are keen about this kind of thing, and it would contribute to their overall goal. So that's what I have.
I'm assuming that the artists are involved in those workshops and those visits that are included in the application about students coming to learn more.
Okay.
I'm making that assumption.
We have about 45 seconds left in the 10-minute window. If there's any remaining discussion, otherwise, feel free to submit your scores. Thank you, Dale. With that, we will be moving on to the next application. White Pine Community Broadcasting Incorporated, based in Rhinelander, Wisconsin. They're requesting $6,000. And Keitra, you are the primary reader.
Yeah, so this is a proposal to host what sounds like a huge event called Project North. It's a music, arts, and sustainability festival, Ken, right there in the name.
Thank you, Keitra. Thank you.
It's supposed to be a multi-genre, independent music, varied medium arts, and sustainable conscious festival. This was an event that they held in 2019 and then went on a pause during COVID. It sounds like the partnership that's hosting it is the Rhinelander Chamber of Commerce, Nicolet College, and Art Start. I won't list everything that they're doing at this event because it would take my whole 2 minutes. But they'll have 3 stages of music. It sounds like an art walk. They're holding it in conjunction with School of the Arts weekend. So there will be art classes also happening. There's one whole pillar is focused on sustainability. And so they'll be having vendors and demos and workshops to help educate and support sustainable practices. The strengths in my mind from this, it feels very grassroots. It feels very locally driven and locally focused, lots of cultural value. They did call out that key community members are on the leadership team. I think that they had a really great evaluation plan. The one weakness, or I guess suggestion, something that I would have liked to see, their timeline was a little, it seemed very focused on the event itself. And sometimes it's helpful just to see who's doing the planning and what part of the planning and where they are in the planning. So I would have liked to see that.
Very concise, 2 minutes. Second reader is Ken.
Yes, it is. Well, Keitra, you covered it all. You stole all my thunder. I noted the letters of support that were included with this application because they nicely outlined, I thought, what each partner was going to bring to the project. So it seemed like really clear lines of responsibility, and that's so important for something like this. The board seemed to have a really nice mix of experience and new voices. It seemed feasible financially. I thought the artistic quality looked good. Loved the sustainability elements of it. The only weakness that I saw, and I might not have even noticed this, but they kind of called it out themselves. And that is that they said they are not reaching out to non-dominant groups at this time, though they're obviously doing a tremendous job of trying to blanket the whole area with information. So presumably everyone's going to know about it. But I would just say, why not? If you have the time, if there's someone who could be assigned to that, maybe there would be some value in it beyond what you might notice now. So those would be the only thoughts that I have. I thought the evaluation stuff looked good. It's a nice combination of sort of broad electronic surveys, but also some more focused and personal interviews, focus groups. So a nice combination there. Thank you.
Well, I love the combination of the arts and sustainability. I just think this is very interesting. I do have one question, and I think I saw this in other proposed festivals, and I think I did see the answer to this question, at least one other one, but yeah, assuming this is primarily an outdoor festival, I'm assuming I'm right on that, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I saw any kind of plan for rain and it's probably too big to change everything. So I'm just curious about how that would work if in fact they held the date and the weather was bad.
Keitra, do you remember? I think they had one underground stage inside.
Yeah, there are 3. I remember that.
Okay.
And it sounds like there's so many different events going on. Some will be outside, some will be inside.
So they can probably adapt.
Probably, yeah. And I didn't mention this, but the White Pine Community Broadcasting is the radio station, and they'll be broadcasting the music. So I didn't mention them in the partnership.
I would just hate to see them eliminate anything in this whole thing because there's so much good stuff here just because of weather. So good to know. Thanks for reminding me of some of the options for indoor.
Yeah, and I really like the detail of they're even weighing the waste to keep track of, what's happening with it and how much they're generating. So really attention to detail. And I'll just mention that a suggestion I wrote in my comments is that it seems to me this festival could be a great model for others, not only in the state, but regionally or even nationally. I'm not sure that any other festivals are doing. I haven't heard of any doing as much as this one is. So it could be a good thing for them and their visibility, and certainly for other festivals. Thanks.
Any other discussion from the other panel members?
Yeah, I wanted to just underline something that Ken had mentioned. It does recognize the importance of non-dominant communities' involvement. But what I liked about what they said afterwards is they are doing DEI training for projects. So as like a nice next step would be, once you kind of understand a little bit more about the issues, then the identification of non-dominant communities will be within a context that maybe makes more sense.
Thanks, Deb.
I was gonna add a comment in regards to rain. I feel like the weather is so unpredictable. And from my experience working, volunteering with festivals, we kind of improvise as we go. And it seems like this project does have indoor as well too. So I think that will be covered. But I feel like with the weather, it's so unpredictable. Rain can come or it won't. We never really know, even with the predictions of the weather that is given to us. But yeah, I feel like they do have it covered in regards to the weather, having it both outdoors and indoors.
You're right about the unpredictability. As I'm looking outside and it's raining, it's 39 degrees. We could have had a festival on April 28th.
If there's no more discussion, we have a little over 2 minutes left if you'd like to submit your scores. Thank you, Dale. We're clicking along here. 2 more. So the next up is Worm Farm Institute Incorporated in Reedsburg. They are requesting $6,000, and the first reader is C.
Okay, for this one, I have quite a bit, so I'll try to not take so much time. To begin with, I really like this project. I feel like it's just so unique. This project is called Culture and Commerce, Two Giants in Plain. They're collaborating with the Village of Plain and artist Christopher Luder to create 2 puppets, 20 feet tall, from recycled materials, and stage multiple performances during the 2022 Farm Art Detour, which will be happening in October 1st to October 10th. This project is inspired by the 800-year-old tradition of giants, where 2 giant puppets representing culture and commerce are paraded through rural areas in Spain. They will have free workshops, and it's a series of short performances will evolve through the community build process. And the puppets will be a giant plant and a farmer, representing the local culture and commerce of Plain. There will be 2 weeks of free public art making and creative problem solving leading up to Detour. And when the puppets are not performing, they will be viewed as stationary artworks for the full 10 days of the Detour. Their strengths, I like that, or just like the farm and detours draws attention to farmers, to what farmers do every day and spark people's imagination about the possibility and assets and rural communities. I like that they have free workshops open to the public, and it offers a light to highlight Plains history, especially with farming. And I also like that they offer students insight to the life and studio process of a professional artist and allow them to collaborate with skilled professionals from their local community. I do not have anything negative or any weakness listed for them. I feel like this is really exciting, and I really look forward to seeing the results of these puppets.
Excellent. We're about 2.5 minutes in. Second reader on this is Karen. You're on mute, Karen.
Sorry. I remember hearing about this organization years ago, and all they saw was the name. And I thought, what in the world is this? And how does it relate to arts and culture or the arts? And then I learned more about them, and I am very impressed with what they do. This project, I agree. I see no weaknesses. There may be some things that may have made the proposal stronger, but I thought it was extremely well written and conveyed, easy to understand. I love the terminology of culture and commerce. I love the plan for the puppets as farmer and plant. They want to build urban-rural mutuality. I just think the whole thing is outstanding, and I am pleased to see the level of community involvement. It's high and broad, and I can't wait to see this. I need to go see this. I want to see it. The skeleton work sample, I just watched over and over again. How that's done is amazing to me. So you can tell I like this one.
I second everything Karen just said.
Anyone else?
Well, I really like the project too, no doubt about it. If I were to, I'm always trying to look at what's missing. Is there something? So I don't mean to nitpick. There were 2 things that I jotted down. There was a key committee listed near the end of the narrative that included folks from the bank and the newspaper and I think school and stuff like that. I was surprised not to see any farmers on that committee, given that this is about agriculture. And so maybe those are the key folks and farmers are part of it, or maybe not. I did note that there are 2 farmers on the board, so I see that they've got it covered that way. And then, tremendous partnerships, looks like really great outreach. I didn't see anything specific about trying to identify and connect with non-dominant communities. Perhaps I missed something there, so if I did, please tell me. But those are the only 2 things that I have in terms of what could have strengthened it. Otherwise, very interesting project.
Deb, any comments or? Okay. All right. There seems to be a lot of enthusiasm. So with that, I will say, if you can all submit your scores. Okay. With that, we are reviewing the last proposal, Right on Door County, located in Fish Creek. They're requesting $6,000. And Ken, I'll hand it on over to you.
Here we go with the last one, but what a nice one to end on, Right on Door County. First year, Writing Our Stories Mentoring Program is the name of the project. It's a full year project. They intend to involve 73 artists, nearly 800 adults, 485 students. So they're working to have a broad reach. Right on Door County its goal is to inspire and engage writers and readers at all ages and at all stages. This program is about writing as a path to recovery and wellness. They're already working now, prior to the grant period, to identify goals and needs and possible participants for this program. It is a mentoring program specifically for women, as much as possible who are underrepresented and coming from populations that would be considered, I think, non-dominant, or coming from populations that whose voice we don't hear so often. Partners include the Latinx community, Open Door Pride, HELP, Sexual Assault Center. They're going to be offering a combination of classes and also some conferences. Participants in this program will be able to attend both the conference and the classes without cost. The classes are going to meet monthly. I'm just going to go to some of my notes here. Some of my other notes. I certainly see educational value, of course, but social and cultural as well. Looks like it fits this program very well. I read some of the work samples and was moved by both the quality and the content. I really like the opportunity that participants have to share more broadly at the end, and especially given the population this is trying to serve, it feels like a really safe and well thought out program that way, that people can feel comfortable coming into it and participating. It looks to be well organized, detailed timeline. There is a deficit. I'm sure some of you noticed it, but I guess I found the explanation reasonable, and so did not consider that to be a big red flag. Board members, solid, represent a mix of newer folks and folks with long experience. Really looks like a determined effort to reach the women who are going to be part of this program, who they hope will be part of this program. Again, remind you that financial barriers have been eliminated for them. Some good partners, as I mentioned. Sample evaluation looked good, very readable. The plans for further evaluation through electronic and personal means seemed like a nice combination once again. And the folks who are leading the classes, leading the teaching, leading at the conferences, come from a wide variety of areas, many of them non-dominant themselves. So the people they're hoping to serve are being encouraged and supported and led by people who are in many respects like them and coming from similar situations and communities, which seems totally appropriate. So that's my report. I'll stand by it.
We're about 3.5 minutes in. Deb, as a secondary reader, pass it over to you.
Secondary reader, I really don't have anything to add on to what Ken had said. I mean, he was very succinct. He took over his time, but you know, but yeah, no, it's all very impressive. And the only thing I would add is not anything to, this is a thought, is a compilation maybe of some of the outputs of their writing to make that more available to the community afterwards. And I just gave them an idea of, there's a thing called the Pen Project based out of Eau Claire that does artwork together and then gets that out in the community so people can use that. Otherwise, yeah, good job, Kim. And it's not because we're at the end of that I don't have anything to add.
Other comments or concerns from the panel?
just have, I think, more support for it. The first comment that I had was that it seemed to be very supportive of to writer curious folks, which I think is great. I said it seems to support cultural storytelling, which I think is also really important. As I think part of the goal is to help with emotional, spiritual kind of recovery from this experiment that we've all been on for the past couple of years.
I would also like to voice and support of this project as well. I am a big advocate for mental health, and I feel like this project also target that as well for women that can put their voice in writings. Yeah, so I really like this project. I feel like I don't think it mentions anything about mental health, but from reading it, I'm kind of getting that vibe.
Yeah, I think you're right, C. I mean, one of the things that they talk about is wellness. And so I think they're using that as a sort of term that covers a lot of aspects and that I think could include what you were just talking about.
All right. If we want to move forward with our final scoring.
That darn mute button today. All right, Dale, I see the thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you all. How about a 5-minute well-deserved stretch break, unless you need a little more, and then we'll come back and see what you have wrought in terms of scoring, and we'll do some evaluation of this process after that. But take a stretch break now, please. You've earned it. Hey Dale, as you compile these scores, if you would send them to me, I'll just email them straight to the panel so they can see what they have wrought, and we'll go that way. Thank you. And maybe so I don't sort of jump back and forth on all of this, you can just tell me when you've done that, so I don't have to keep looking. Oh, we're all back, sorry. If Jen's back, I'll wait for that. I want to make sure that she's, yeah, hey you. Okay, so first of all, thank you. That was a remarkably thorough and intense and graceful and really informative review process that you all just engaged in. So thank you for your input into that. That was great. I always love it when I learn from panels, and I do pretty much every panel, but this one had a number of really great insights. So this is the point where we're going to ask you to kind of encapsulate some of those insights and not only for our board, but maybe for our applicants as well. I will tell you, I was just searching out an email that we received yesterday after yesterday's arts education panel, where the applicant, who wasn't sure whether they would have gotten a grant or not, he couldn't tell from the review. He just said, I want to take a moment to commend you for broadcasting the grant review process. As a longtime nonprofit leader, the opportunity to actually witness the review of the grant application is unique. I learned a lot from the panel members' perspectives, and it underlines to us that while our grants may not be huge, the process of this kind of review for them, where you look at so many things, is so incredibly helpful, and we gather them, we had their attention in a way that we wouldn't normally get to have. It's not like a workshop where maybe I'll make time for it or not. They're listening intently, and even in the application process, when I'm working with them on applications, there's a learning process that goes on from my part as well as theirs, certainly. So anyway, just a heads up on that. And what a wild time and so necessary time to be planning arts projects. It's kind of humbling to see what people are up to around the state. I'm wondering if, as you think about things you want to share with our board, that you want Jen to take forward to our whole board, and for us to share with our applicant base as well, and the local arts development field. I wonder if there are recurring themes or trends in the field of local arts development related work that you have seen today that you want to call out. And yeah, just whatever observations you want to share at this particular point. I'll have a couple of more specific questions in a little bit, but I'll stop talking and let you do it right now.
I think I would like to share with the folks that are thinking of applying or are forming projects, and Jen, to share with the board too, I guess. I think some of my favorite projects were the ones that were maybe felt a little bit out there, like that were really on that edge. It's a really big event, or it's, something that hasn't really been done before, or, I really like those because I think that's where the progress really happens, where it's kind of uncomfortable, kind of scary. So I guess the go big, go home kind of a encouragement, throw it out there and get those ideas going, because even if an application isn't funded, we're reviewing it, we're aware of it, and it kind of starts that conversation. So keep those coming.
Thanks, Keitra.
I'll go next. I think certainly we saw a theme through many of these of post-pandemic issues. And that's not surprising. Rebuilding, not just arts programs, but whole communities. So to the extent this program can help, I think it's absolutely awesome. But Karen got from me early on what may have looked like a complaint, but it really wasn't. And I don't like to put forward stuff like this without solutions, but I don't have them yet. I think in the future, first of all, I think the panel process is excellent. I agree with whoever sent you the review yesterday about watching was right on. And I think it's helpful for applicants to be able to do that. I do think, and I don't know if this is a function of the state or the Arts Board, that these applicants, small or large, have to go through a lot. This is a rigorous and robust application that they have to fill out for what ends up being not a whole lot of money. And there may be no solution to that, or maybe there's some things, and I can look at the application too when I talk about solutions to see if I can suggest anything that might make it a little bit easier for people to apply. And then also, as Karen and I discussed, it's good when you're selecting panelists I forgot, because I haven't been on a panel in a long time, how much time it takes. And you really want to read, just evidenced by all of you, each one of these thoroughly. You have to, only to be fair, you can't just skip through some. And so it's time consuming, but for me, very educational. And I loved doing it. But I think anybody who hasn't served on a panel before or may have forgotten might need to be reminded that, it takes a while to do this.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mm-hmm. Other general thoughts, and then I'm going to circle back to, I think, the insight that you just shared there on, Karen, on are there places within the, I'll put this out as a little seed for you to think about while the others kind of share overall themes. But the question would be, as you look back on the material that you went through and the information that we asked for, what did you never look at? Like, what was completely irrelevant? What was not really needed that you could just do without? And I asked that knowing that 5 different people with 5 different ways of processing information need potentially 5 different sets of, we'll focus on 5 different areas of the application. So I'll ask that question in a minute. But back to those of you who haven't responded yet in terms of trends or things that you would like for Jen to share on with the board or whatever.
I'm sorry.
No, see, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, I really like the appreciation, showing appreciation where it is due. I feel like having that pride and the community in your own community, and even though the project is not something new or really big or out there, I feel like just the appreciation that is shown back to the community that they are important, and that everyone in it matters, and just having that sense that I'm in my community and I am being heard, and that my needs are being heard as well, even though my needs are not anything new. It is what everyone else needs as well. So I really like that, just that sense of appreciation.
Thank you.
Having been on the panel a few years back, when you just introduced the whole, it was like a Dropbox type of thing. I mean, it was way in the beginning when I love this. I love being able to have all that information right there. If I have a question, does it really meet this guideline? It's all right there. I put my comments down, and as I'm going through it, it just really helped me a lot to be able to have it right there and organized. Thank you.
I don't know if you saw Dale's big thumbs up there, but that was nice for him to hear specifically too, and all of us. Thanks.
Well, for me, I would, I guess just generally, I would say, wow, I thought there were just a lot of great projects here. Well presented. I've been a panelist once before, and I thought this year was stronger in that regard. And so it's important that the Arts Board know that there are some real great projects going on out here, and some pretty fine people leading them. And so I think that's a credit to the Arts Board in terms of what it's done to nurture the arts here in the state. But it goes the other way too. And what can these folks do to help the Arts Board? What can the Arts Board learn from some of these folks, perhaps? Just some really, really good work, I thought. I have a hard time being critical of anyone who's putting in the effort, and I felt like all of these folks were putting in the effort and really trying. And in some cases, with not necessarily a lot of resources or staff time available, things like that, just pulling it together as volunteers. And so those are some of the things that strike me as I go through this process.
Keitra, is your hand up, or are you just applauding the sentiment? Yeah, thank you. And Jen, honestly, although you didn't do the prep work that these panelists did, and in an amazing way, you in some ways had kind of one of the hardest jobs, because you had to sit on your hands and not add into the conversation. And I'm quite certain that there were times when you wanted to. So if you would please unmute and just jump in here too, that would be lovely.
Yeah, no, this was fantastic. I always feel like the bad guy cutting you guys off, and but I think we moved along quickly and efficiently, and I loved all the varying perspectives, truly. And there was true excitement that was palpable from all of you for specific projects, which is really interesting. And like I said at the beginning, it just re-inspires me to focus on the things I love in life outside of just my day-to-day work, and make sure that I'm getting out into the community and taking advantage of all the opportunities that the Arts Board helps fund. And obviously the National Endowments for the Arts help, gives us so much money, and hopefully we'll get state funding up to where it needs to be, so we can continue to put money into the communities and really make sure people are healing, not only just post-pandemic, but coming together in just such a strange social media-ized world. So just getting back to the basics. So thank you for letting me be around all of this. You're all very inspirational, and I love your perspectives. And again, hope I get to meet all of you in person soon.
I feel like for the board, for the panel chair job description, instead of timekeeper, we should put protector of panelist time, because in a way you are defending them from themselves. Otherwise we could go until midnight easily.
I love it. I love it.
So I'll try to help reframe that. We don't hear as many apologies, because honestly, none were needed. It was you were all so respectful of each other in the process and everything. So thank you. Okay, so then circling back to that question about applications, etc., and what you would, is there something that you just don't find relevant in what we're asking? You didn't find yourself looking at in any of the applications Or did it depend on the nature of the project? If you had a question, you could go there to see if you could, but otherwise, if it was pretty explanatory, then you didn't go there and it was fine, but it was nice to have it there just in case. I'll stop talking.
For me, sometimes the information about the organization that was applying, I just would look to see who it was and then just kind of skip over the rest unless there was something in the narrative or in the proposal that made me think, well, wait, who's doing this and why and how, why are they the ones applying for this? So it was great to have, when I needed it. I wouldn't remove it, but
you talk about the organizational history?
Yeah, like the organization. But I really like to jump in and look at the budget and the narrative right away. And so
I did want to say something about the organizational history and some of that sort of boilerplate stuff. The good news is that you need to, as an applicant, you put that in once and that's it, because it always pops up. So it's not something that we're asking them to do time after time after time. They can adjust it, as their history develops. But thank you, Keith, for calling that one out. All right.
Karen, is that also true of the information that you request about the community and the demographics and so on? Does that pop up right away too? So they don't have to do that over and over again. Right. I found myself skimming through that part of it and then it seemed to me that there was a short project description and then the long project narrative. And I was thinking if I were doing this myself, basically you just cut and paste that short one and you throw it into the long one and you might be doing it twice. Now, maybe that doesn't take that much time, but I would love to just see the whole project, which is the most important thing.
Dale, jump in here if you want, but we are challenged. Yes, and we're challenged by, we don't ask them to do that. That's their phase one. It just shows up at the beginning of this thing, and so you see what they've already done as a reminder to you. But if you want to look back and see, oh yeah, what did they say they were going to do in phase one, and how has that shifted to phase two? But the phase two, and so maybe Caitlin and Dale, we can do like a clearer job of saying, for your phase two, pages, whatever, are phase one. Don't look at that unless you need to refresh yourself. Start here on this page and go from there. Maybe that's a better, or this tab or something. So thank you for that. That's a helpful
question. So how is this application created? Is it a combination of staff, board, and government, or are there certain things that you are absolutely required to put in because you're a state agency? I'm just curious, and if that's not appropriate conversation for the time we have left, we can talk about that some other time, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, quick answer and totally appropriate. The NEA requires us to ask some things, so those are embedded in there. The state, the boilerplate stuff that everybody needs in order to make payments and check on nonprofit status and all that stuff. But we build the applications with the applicants and with the staff, and the board will sometimes take a look at it if it's a massive change, but generally it's not. And so we tend to just do a what do we call that? When you put out a draft for people to review, a peer review kind of thing. So people who have applied in the past and are likely to apply again, we'll put it out there and say, all right, how does this look? What do you think? And so that's very much part of the design process. Yeah. I will say that you caused us to, and we always do a postmortem as staff after these panels. And so we'll be looking at the idea of, if you are an applicant and you're just asking for $2,000 and that's all you need for this project versus $6,000, and in the grand scheme of things, neither of those are big amounts, but for us, those are big amounts, or at least significant amounts. But if you're asking for just $2,000, then what can we get rid of? Is there a streamlined 2,000 version? And if so, how? Or 2,000, whatever. And if you're asking for the most, which is 6,000 right now, do we ask for a little bit more of information? So these are things we're thinking about.
Along those lines, sometimes people have one program for organizations with a budget below this and one for above this. I don't know how you feel about that, because for a multi-million dollar $3,000 grant still may mean something. So it
Yes,
might,
and they do,
know.
as we hear. Other thoughts from the rest of you about any of this or anything else before I ask Dale to share the, or ask, or pass on to you, I should say, what he has emailed me. Yeah.
Just one thing I did, I found myself going from, I started reading the project details and then I go to the narrative and that was that repetitive. So I started just going to the narrative. And then if there was something not clear there, go back to the project details to see if there was some clarity or that was a lesson for me because it just was repetitive. So when you say phase one, that was the project details. And then the narrative was the phase two part of it. Is that, I guess I didn't recognize that.
Yep, we're going to just have to make that much clearer in the orientation so that you guys don't have to feel like you have to spend as much time reviewing phase one when, you know, that's what you're looking at really is phase two. So. Okay.
I do want to add a
Yeah,
comment as well. Yeah, I do feel like there was a few redundant answers and questions, but I feel as a panelist and as someone who never really heard of some of these organizations before, I feel like with this redundancy, it's actually helpful for me because then I was able to in a way like double check myself and make sure that I am actually understanding, having a full understanding of what I read. And yeah, I feel like there's usually I don't like when there is redundancy and such a especially being that this is such a long read that we all have to do, but I actually find it really helpful. And I don't think it should be changed. I do understand that phase one we don't really need to look at, but I feel like having that phase one in there really help us understand phase two better.
Thank you, see, great. Okay.
For me, I always looked at the budget summary at the bottom of that particular tab, spent time with that. I didn't end up generally looking at the operational budgets all that much because I felt like unless there was some sort of explanation that caused me to wonder about it, I just didn't spend as much time there as I did in the narrative a lot and in the work samples a lot, things like that. The other area that I paid attention to at first and then just kind of dismissed was the part in the accessibility section with the 4 boxes and, you know, explain these if you haven't checked these boxes. And there were so many times where it seemed like boxes were unchecked with no explanation that I just sort of kind of had the feeling that people didn't get that so well, or maybe I didn't get it so well, but I read the narrative information, but I stopped looking at that as much, I guess.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. That was, we were piloting that language in that section to start focusing a little bit more on people with disabilities and access to programs and work, which is an area that we want to increase our work in. So that's incredibly helpful. Thank you, Ken. Okay, well then, if you have not yet done so, please go to your email and open up the list of applications and scores that you have been sent, and let us kind of go through those. And I'm going to give you a minute to look at them. First of all, is anyone having trouble accessing that? Okay, take a minute to go through them, and then when you want to, what I will say is about that is this. What you're going to be doing right now is looking for any significant breaks between scores. So I will tell you that, for example, for Math/Theater and White Pine, they both have 19.2. There's no score break there. And there's a 0.2 score break between White Pine and Make Music. So that's not a significant score break. You get more significant as you go further down. Another piece of information I will share is that while applicants understand that they have a serious shot at receiving a grant when you invite them into phase 2, they also understand that this is a time when they get to make their case more clearly. And if they haven't done so to your satisfaction, it is okay if you do not fund all of these. It is also okay if you decide that they are all worthy of investment. So that's on you. And that's a conversation that you will have. And the final thing that I will repeat from the earlier orientation is that those who received the highest score, so Right On Door County received a perfect score, they will receive the highest percentage of their request, and probably 100% of their request. And then the application that received the lowest score that you're going to recommend for a grant will receive the lowest percentage of their request, but they will still receive funding. We run a formula to arrive at those dollar amounts, just so you know.
Karen, do we know how much funding is available or not?
Nope.
No? Okay.
And so when you've had a chance to digest it, whoever feels most comfortable, go ahead and make an observation or put out as an initial thought a place where you might choose to set the floor. Whether that's below application number 20, whether that's below application number 15, I mean, just choosing these randomly. That's up to you.
So by choosing the floor, you mean cut off and below that would not be receiving funding?
Right, right.
My first observation that kind of jumped out at me with this list is that the 19th and 20th ranked applications, no one gave them a perfect score. Above that, there were a couple, and above that, I think somebody gave at least all of the ones above a perfect score, except for number 11. So maybe that's not helpful.
I mean, you're right. The last two, that's the biggest point break, as you, if that's the right term, Karen, that you used. But that's right.
Yeah.
Talking about here.
Yeah, we do not always have scores that are this close. The biggest break you have is a 1.2 between 18 and 19 and between 19 and 20. So
there's only a 5-point difference. We're talking about 75% at the lowest one on here. I mean, that would even, that's if you think about it, because I've got kids in college, that's close to a B. That's a C, more than a C plus. Because I'd hate to see those final two, because I think there's some really good points in there to not get funding because of a couple of points. Though there is a break there, it's from the top to the bottom. There isn't a huge difference. 5.2 points.
I have a question. If we don't know how much money there is to disperse, what if we set a floor And as you're going through to fund, I mean, once the floor is set, is that the guarantee, like all of those folks above it will, okay. Just maybe not what
and
they've
as I
asked.
said, as we have a formula that we'll put in place.
Okay.
So wherever you set the floor, everyone above that floor will receive a grant.
Okay.
The amount will switch, you know,
Okay.
depending on the formula, but that will happen.
And the only other thing I'm seeing here is that the majority of the applicants have scored either 18 or above. If that were the floor, you would lose 5 applicants. But the cut between 18 and 17.6 is very slim. If I were the 17.6, I might, do the applicants see these numbers?
Yeah.
All of them, even if they don't get funded?
Yep, all public, it's all public information. Yep.
Okay, I mean, if I were the 17.6 and we cut it off at 18, I'd be mad. It's pretty close. I mean, I need to stop talking, but I will tell you that at the end of this, of my own personal review, and then at the end of the panel comments, I did not see a single thing that would keep me from voting to fund everyone.
I agree.
So what I'm hearing, and I'll just put this out there as a starting point of the conversation, is that a floor has been proposed and it is below 20, so that all applications are deemed worthy of public investment. And I've heard a second to that. And so I'd love to hear Ken and C's and Ketra's voices in that mix.
If we are agreeing to fund all of them now, it's as the first one that, you know, the highest ranking one. They are ranked for a reason, and we did invest a lot of time to review and rank them and give feedback to all of them. So I used to manage a grant program, and so I'm a pretty big stickler on things like that. I think everyone deserves a grant at some point, but there's a clear delineation here between the rankings, and I don't want to ignore that either.
I'm not opposed to a cutoff. I just am saying I could go either way. There's nothing keeping me from agreeing to funding them all.
And I don't see a clear delineation. I see a point difference. And I also want to be cognizant that Ellsworth and the city of Boston are also pretty small communities. And that they don't sometimes get left out because the grant writers are not grant writers. Right on Door County, for me, ranked high because they hit every single boom, 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 boom. And that was good writing. Some of them, we did a lot of assumption making. We assumed that this is what they were doing, and we wanted to assume because we want these awesome projects to go forward. We assumed that they have what we want in place, not what we were questioning. Being in a small community, I guess I feel a little bit more strongly that I wouldn't want those two communities to be left out for a 1 point difference, and because they may not have the strength of writing as clearly as right on Door County, who, you know, are writers by, and the Worm Farm Institute, extremely wonderful. They've been going on for a while. You know what I mean? There's that I just put that out there.
B and Ken, what do you think?
I do second that. I feel like in small communities, especially in small villages or cities. And especially just being freshly starting to come back together from COVID. Obviously, COVID is still a thing. We are still in a pandemic, but being that we are just starting to overcome the pandemic, I feel like small can be a lot. And for these communities, even if we give them just a little, it can mean a lot to them, and that means so much. And I feel like if I was in those communities, just getting some will mean so much to me, and I feel like I can really empathize with them.
Thank you, C. Ken?
Oh, gosh, I'm struggling with this. I guess I come down on the side of drawing the line under 20 so that all of these would be eligible for funding. The concerns that I have are diluting everything to the point where nobody gets that much. We don't know what the dollar total is. And so I struggle with that a little bit because if we're going to fund them, I'd like to, see that they have enough to really try to do what it is that they're doing. But I guess I just really honor the efforts that everyone have made here. I know all of you will agree with that, no matter what your opinion is. And I guess I did go through these, and I feel like I saw quite a bit of merit in all of them, just more in some than others. But it doesn't mean that the lesser ones were so poorly done that I just feel like they need to be taken out of the mix entirely.
If it would be helpful, oh, thank you, Ken. Sorry.
No.
If it would be helpful, I will say, I mean, the last thing we want you to feel is that you wasted your time and everybody just gets a grant. That's not what this is about. This is what I'm hearing is that this is about in this year, of the 40 that applied in phase one and those that you just said, no, this is not worth applying. We know this isn't worth your time. We're just going to we're going to encourage you to figure it out and come back again next year. Of these that you invited in this year, it just so happened to be that all 20 of them were found to have merit. And I will say that this is not the first time that this has happened, either in the local arts category or others. It certainly doesn't happen every year, but there are years where the panel says, yep, these are all good. So, I mean, I hope that you don't feel that you just put in a whole lot of work and then it's like, well, whatever. That's not it at all. The value of the discussion that you had related to each of those, and the fact that there could very well have been 5 or more that in the end did not seem to merit the investment. This is how it has turned out to be this year. So I'll stop talking and ask if there are any other observations before we move to the next step. Okay. All right, then what I have heard, and actually, Caitlin, I think you have a question for me. I'm going to share my screen right now so you all can see and the applicants can see the review, what it looks like, just real quick. And then I am screen sharing. I hope you all can see this. Can you see it? Okay, good. So I'm seeing it, but what I'm seeing is our gallery view like blocking us. So meh. Okay, I'm not quite sure how to do this otherwise. But I will say that this is the view that the panel has put together, and what I am hearing is that the floor will be set beneath the city of Boston, which with the lowest average score will receive the least amount of its request, given the breakdown of our formula, and that Right-on-Door County will receive the greatest amount. And certainly as a panel, if you want to say because it received a perfect score, you want to make sure that they receive the full 6,000, just for the record, you can certainly say that. And then I will stop sharing here. All righty.
Are we allowed to choose any of them we want to receive the full amount?
Well, I mean, you can't say number 1, number 6, number 10,
No,
and
no,
number
no.
12.
Yeah, but
But you could certainly say, the one that received the perfect score, if it's possible, we strongly recommend that they receive the full amount, or the first, 5, or however you want to do that. We tend to not get that nitpicky and let the formula do its work. But
Yeah.
but we also don't always have one that receives a perfect score,
yeah.
frankly. All right, everyone. You put in a heck of a day, and days and days in advance. So hopefully you found it re-energizing as well as a little tiring. And please accept our gratitude again for the great work that you did and the cohort that you formed in this. I'm going to invite any last words for the good of the cause. And Jen, you too, and then send you on your way for the rest of this glorious April spring day.
Karen, I want to thank you and Wisconsin Arts Board. You got the program that you use. I'm sure it's got some bugs and frustrations on your end, but it was so easy. We knew it was expected of us. It was wonderful. So it was, I'm going to say, a pleasure to read these grants because you guys really made it easy and really made I think us feel good like a team, kind of trying to figure out this round of grants. So thank you.
My pleasure and privilege. You're welcome, for sure. I'll speak on behalf of the rest of the staff too. Anything else?
I just echo that, Karen. You've been doing this for a long time, and you've done a superb job the whole time I've known you. Thank you to you and to George and the rest of the team, and to Caitlin and Dale and Jennifer. Thanks to the whole Arts Board. If you would relay that for us, we appreciate the work you do.
My pleasure. I definitely will.
Thank you for the heart. See, yeah, there's no way we can do it without you guys. So thank you. Awesome work.
Appreciate it.
Thanks
for trusting us. A big responsibility, it feels like to me. So thanks for the trust you put in all of us.
It was really nice to meet the rest of you and the rest of the panel.
Yay to the day when we can do it in person.
Yay.
All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you again.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.